studio and have a really interesting, fascinating courtroom insider tonight, not because of me, but because of my guest. Juror number 4 in Corey Richens' trial will be here momentarily. This is the juror. I don't know if you followed along my live updates, who during the verdict, in my view, became quite emotional. I could see it almost appeared as if he had tears forming in his eyes as the verdict was read. And I watched them all, and he's one that I'm like, oh, I hope I get to talk to him one day. And that day is today. He and I spoke earlier today for about 75 minutes, and he was candid in what it was like serving on the jury, and you will hear from him shortly. It's so good to be back with you. We had a wonderful spring break. Our family, for the first time ever, did a Disney cruise. We haven't gone on a family vacation in quite some time. I've because of these trials that we've been covering and work and other things. My kids are in different things. We finally got to get away for the week, and so we did a Disney cruise, and we've never done it before, and they're expensive. They're compared to the other cruise lines. They're quite expensive, and we were hesitant. And my brother is like, "You got to go, you got to go." So we went, and then we spent a few days in. So that left out of San Diego, and then we spent a few days at Universal Studios and SeaWorld, and got home late last night, and back to work today. But my wife and I did a video about. So many of you have reached out asking about Disney Cruise. Is it worth it? What was it like? Because it is quite expensive, more expensive than other lines. Like I said, my wife and I put a video on our Meetin' the Eatons YouTube channel that you can go watch where we talk all about our vacation. So I won't talk about that tonight here on Courtroom Insider, even though many of you have asked about Disney, what we liked, what we didn't, and if we would do it again. So that's over on our other channel. But for now, we're going to kind of stick with the Richens case and this juror interview. I got a lot of feedback after my interview with Christy last week that I did from a hotel pool in San Diego the night before our cruise. And again, my thanks to Christy for speaking with me. She did such a great job. And a lot of times jurors can, at least the jurors I've spoken with over the years, say that it can be therapeutic in a way to come and tell their story, to just kind of get it all out at one time. And that's one of the reasons that I like to do what we do here, is to just give them a voice that's not going to be edited. It's not going to be cut down into a 1-minute package that airs on the news and then they move on. We're going to actually give you the time and the space here. And I think that you appreciate that and like that. I know I do. I learn out of anytime I cover a trial, after there's key people I want to interview, and I think jurors are always some fascinating ones, and it can take time for some jurors to talk. I know Lori Vallow in her trial in Boise, it took a year before one of the jurors, Laura, spoke with me. We sat down in her backyard, and she had gone to therapy because it was such a horrible case, and she had young children herself. And so it can take time to talk, but I appreciate those that do decide to talk. So without me talking anymore, let me get straight to my interview with Tony. He was juror number 4 in the Corey Richens case, and here's what he had to say. Tony, it's so good to see you. I just want to start, I guess, from the beginning. Do you remember the day that you got your jury summons?
I don't remember what day it was. I mean, I remember getting it. It wasn't a case that I was overly familiar with. My wife had talked about it. I'd heard her talking about it a little bit just because it was local. But it wasn't talking to me. It was talking to others that were in the vicinity. So I actually heard it kind of secondhand that way.
But you hadn't been following it, obviously,
Yeah.
and didn't know. Did you know how big of a deal it was?
No, I mean, I'm not a big social media follower, and I don't really, I mean, the only really local news that I watch is the weather. So it didn't seem like it was that big of a case to me. I mean, even through the trial, to be honest, I continued on my normal path of the shows I watch, the news I watch, and it never came up on any of my feeds or anything like that.
Had you served on a jury before, Tony?
I hadn't served on a jury. I'd been called for a case once here in Salt Lake City, but wasn't selected.
Okay. So, what did you think when you actually got the notice that you were going to be on the jury?
Um, I mean, mixed feelings. I mean, it was 5 weeks initially at the start. It was like, well, it's going to be a long jury. Um, but I feel I mean, that's my responsibility as a citizen, prior military. So felt the compunction to serve didn't bother me. So it was fine. I was neither excited nor trying to get out of it.
Do you remember, Tony, some of the questions you were asked by the prosecution and the defense during jury selection
On the form or when they did their
when they actually did the interviews?
the only question really that they had for me is what had to do with my response to the prosecution and there was a sliding scale that they wanted you to fill out and mine was slightly negative and they were asking me about that and it was under the cross or under questioning. I was like, well, the only reason I said it that way is because if I'm assuming if I'm being prosecuted, I'm going to have uh, a feeling against the prosecution if I'm the one being prosecuted.
Right.
So I mean, so that was really their only question. I mean, when they clarified it, it was just in general. I'm like, no, I'm pretty neutral that way then.
I see. So you get the notice that you're going to be on the jury, and then did you have to, coordinate with your job to take time off, or were they cool with it?
Fortunately, I'm self-employed.
Okay.
So for me, it didn't impact me that much. I mean, I have a part-time job, and they were pretty accommodating.
But your self-employed job, your boss was okay with it, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so do you remember going in the first day and seeing Corey Richards for the first time? And what were your thoughts? You knew it was a murder case, right? Like they told you
Correct.
during jury selection.
Correct. I did know it was a murder case. I mean, that much I had known. I had known that the accusation was it was poisoning. I
Mm,
knew that she had written a child's book or a storybook that was for children. At the time, I actually didn't know how that actually pertained to the case.
mm.
I didn't know if it was exactly, and again, because I hadn't followed it, didn't really care at the time. So um, when I got into trial, I guess it brought it home to reality. I mean, because you put a face to the name and the situation. My first experience or my first reaction to seeing Corey Richards was um, my interpretation of it is that she looked either scared or nervous. I mean, she looked uncomfortable. I mean, she was throughout the trial, she was fairly stone faced, didn't react a lot to a lot of things. Um, my initial, I mean, when you first get in there, you're trying to read the room, and because again, first time that you're doing it, so you read the room, you read the people, the prosecution, the defense, um, and I looked at the defendant, and I didn't get a big read on her. I looked, or I did at least. I looked from time to time to see how they reacted. Didn't really react much. So after a while, I stopped looking around at that and just paid more attention to the case. I mean, I know, and I won't say I was. I mean, I don't want to make that sound like I wasn't listening before. It was just in between witnesses or when there was plenty of motions that they had through the trial. So in that time, I would take a look, try to get a grasp of the surroundings.
Did you know that the trial was being televised around the world? That millions of people potentially were watching.
I knew it was being televised. Again, I didn't probably know the scope of it. I probably didn't even know the scope of it until after the trial was over.
Mm.
that as many people were interested in it. It seemed like a local case to me initially.
Right. So tell us about that first kind of meeting as jurors, because you're told to come to the courthouse, what, arrive at like 8 o'clock?
Correct. Yeah,
And
we got there early. So it was interesting. I mean, it was the bailiffs were very, very good the whole way through. They were very, very protective of us. I mean, again, I think you know that there was an initial issue or that one of the jurors had seen a drone. There was a little bit of a investigation to make sure it was their drone that she saw. Um, but it was pretty straightforward. We would get there early. Again, didn't know any of the jurors prior. Um, was surprised in the long run as to how well we got along. Everybody was there for the right reasons, it seemed. And all through the trial, I don't think we had any controversy whatsoever with the jurors. And so it was from that side, it was pleasant because it was nice to be able to get along with the jurors.
yeah, if you
Know that we were there for something serious. So
absolutely, if you can get 12 people to, sit in a room and not talk about the one thing that everyone wants to talk about, that's pretty impressive if you can all get along. So opening statements happen, you've got the prosecution and the defense. When you kind of get a scope as to what you're going to be hearing, what were your thoughts when, Brad Bloodworth laid it all out?
but the opening again, so it's kind of like a drinking from a waterfall or a water hose. I mean, because so initially, I mean, you're getting a lot of information, and between trying to write everything down, we did take copious notes. So writing everything down, listening to the juries. Like I said before, initially you try to get some reads on some people to see how they react to some of the comments or some of the accusations. Didn't seem to get much of that. But the initial opening statements basically gave us a purview of what we were going to hear. Some of the people that you thought were going to be a priority or important during the case. Um, I'm trying to think of anything that stood out. We did watch the 911 call. Um, Tough to watch a little bit. Um, did watch the reactions to both some of the people in the pool and the defendants when that was happening, but it the, it seemed like it was going to be a straightforward case, at least from Bloodworth's standpoint. It seems like they had a lot of information. We took the notes that he gave on some of it. Again, this was his opinion during opening, so didn't put a ton of weight into it. Waited for the witnesses to come forth. Um, Same thing on the defense side. The defense side. It looked like it was initially going to be a reasonable doubt case,
Mhm.
unless they brought something forward. I mean, they didn't they didn't tip their hand anything more than that initially in the case. So that's kind of what we were expecting.
Yeah, Kathy Nestor made the point that um, with the image of the old woman and the young woman, and I think she said you could look at it like a witch or a widow. Did that resonate with you?
Not really.
No.
I mean, I understood what her point was, but it didn't have any bearing on the case at the time. So
Right. The 911 call, you mentioned it. Not only, well, you hear the 911 call, and then in the closing, the prosecutor put up a timer from the time the dispatcher told Corey to start CPR until she actually apparently did it.
correct.
Did that resonate? That timer?
Yeah, I would say the Bloodworth's closing was actually pretty good. It did tie a lot of pieces together. It gave a lot of information or tied information that was sown throughout the case that sometimes through the case you were kind of wondering, okay, where is this going and what's the purpose of these witnesses? But in the end, the amount of time that it took Corey to actually interact with uh, Eric at the time, that seemed a lot. I mean, my sense is that if that had been me, what would I have done? And I know it's hard to put yourself in those situations or react that way. But if my spouse had been the one that I had found unreactive, not breathing or anything like that, I think that as a spouse, you would move heaven and earth to try to get them. I mean, your first focus would be try to get them breathing, or try to get them reacting and that kind of stuff. And it seemed, especially by the time that we had got to closing, I mean, I'd already heard all the evidence that was going to be presented. Um, it seemed she was very reluctant to initially start it, and her interest was elsewhere.
Yeah. Let's talk about the body cam footage from the night that the police went to the home. What were your thoughts when you saw Corey reacting the way she did?
Again, it seemed odd. Um, and initially, again, that's one of the first things that we saw was the body cam footage. So it was a little bit. Um, you didn't want to react too much to it, because again, I don't know how I would react in that situation. Um, I have to say, it did seem odd. There were things that she said. Um, a number of times where she said she didn't want to call Eric's father. There was one other thing that she said she didn't want to do that seemed odd at the time. And again, covering her face the whole time. Again, while it seemed odd, I didn't jump to a conclusion with that just because I don't know how I would react.
Yeah.
Um, having watched it the second time meant more um, during the closing than it did the first time. So the first time, again, you're still trying to put the players in place. You're trying to see who's all there. Um, we watched as in detail as much as we could. Um, but again, you're still getting a feel for the people at the time and the situation and the experience, or the what happened.
One of the things that stuck out to many people was the comparison between Corey's reaction and Katie Richens' reaction in that video. And Katie, you heard from her. She testified, and Eric's dad. What was it like having them right there on the stand recounting the horrors of that night?
Well, you did feel for him. I mean, either way, whether Corey would have been found guilty or not, they still lost a son. I mean, so either way, you could with especially Katie on the stand. She seemed upset. I mean, it was. Um, I mean, even though 4 years had passed, I mean, again, same thing. If that happened to you, what would you do? Is was my first thought. She seemed to me believable. Again, I think she obviously had a grudge against Corey, but her perception at the time was there was suspicion there, if not felt like she was guilty already at the time. This is from Katie's perspective. I'm talking.
Mhm.
Uh, so I anticipated or expected her to act some of the way. I think she did pretty well. I did feel for her. It was a sad situation, to be honest.
Yeah. Another witness that was memorable was Carmen Lauber. Tell me your thoughts about her testimony. And do you believe her? Did you believe her?
I believe she was trying to tell the truth for the most part. I knew that Carmen Laver was a drug user, had her run-ins with the law. Um, so she seemed like she was trying to tell the truth most of the time. I took that into account. Um, by the time that she was on there, we knew that digital forensic was going to be introduced, and so I didn't put a lot of weight into her testimony as to exactly, because again, I know there was an initial um, uh, count is she thought that she had met with Corey 4 times, and the prosecution, or excuse me, the defense said it was 3 times. Well, we knew that the digital evidence was eventually going to sort that out. And
Right.
so that discrepancy didn't bother me initially. I mean, it had been 4 years ago. She had shown that her recollection was iffy, um, and suspect. So I didn't put a lot of weight into her exact things that she was saying. I more so what I took from her testimony is, one, she had been approached by or from Corey to get some drugs. And initially, I believe that the drugs that they wanted was oxycodone or hydrocodone, I think it was. Um, so the initial attempt to try to get her to buy drugs for her, and again, from Corey's standpoint, it was for a client that had back pain. So that to me was significant down the road, when she wanted the next drug that was stronger, and possibly the Michael Jackson drug. So that was significant because, from my standpoint, why would somebody with back pains need the Michael Jackson drug? I mean, the propofol is not something that you use for pain. So
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was significant. But as for Carmen Lauber, I thought she was a decent witness. I understand that she had immunity. I understand that she had to be cooperative with the police, but it didn't. I mean, it came across that she was trying to tell the truth to the best of her knowledge. And I get, and in cross-examination several times, you mean, like, for when she went to the concert and she did things outside of her probation, she was still untruthful. And that didn't have a bearing on the case, at least to me.
I
Um,
see.
but she was going to be truthful as long as it benefited her. I mean, she didn't have any hesitation to lie at times. But again, the important part was did her testimony corroborate with the digital evidence?
And you're saying because the digital evidence backed up what she said, then maybe the other times where she wasn't truthful or forgot, you were willing to forgive that.
Absolutely. I mean, the digital evidence was the true star in that case. If they didn't have digital evidence, um, reasonable doubt would have been easier, a lot easier.
Interesting. The defense really was forceful with Carmen. I would say out of all the witnesses, they really spent a lot of time trying to discredit her. Was any of that effective? I mean, were there points where you're like, oh, they have a point?
I think they overdid their hand, to be honest, with that a little bit. I mean, it was clear early on that her memory wasn't great. Um, that her testimony would be subject to some randomness of the facts. But again, knowing that the digital evidence was either going to back her up, and that's what I waited for. I mean, so when the digital evidence came in, it was either going to back her up or it was going to dismiss her testimony, and that was the big part. Um, I think they overdid their hand by trying to discredit her to the degree. I mean, they early on, like I said, they showed that her memory was suspect. Um, and they just that was almost painful to watch, a little bit, because they drug it out so long,
Mm-hmm.
and they just kept going back and back. And I mean, you began to feel a little bit sorry or sympathetic towards her. And I don't think that was their intention, but that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, I know Christy the other day told me that it was really uncomfortable when Wendy Lewis asked her if she had a learning disability. And you could tell Carmen was uncomfortable with that question too.
Right. Yeah, and it again, it wasn't pertinent to the case. So it just I don't know that I don't know that they were scoring any evidence. I mean, even if she did or didn't, how did that affect whether she bought the drugs or how, that just didn't have any relevance. I didn't see.
Who was the witness that stuck out to you the most?
It depends on your point of view. There's a couple witnesses that were significant in the fact that they laid a baseline, and that would be so Carmen Lauer obviously gave the testimony that Corey had reached out and asked for her, and as far as the digital evidence, it showed that what she was saying with that was correct, and so that was significant. So that started the case off. The second part or the second people that I would put in there would be the medical examiners. So the medical examiners showed that fentanyl was what caused his death. It gave some insight to how it was ingested. It wasn't taken another way. But it also showed that there were, I think it was, trying to think of the antipsychotic drug that was in his,
Oh, right.
Seroquel.
Yeah.
That Seroquel was in his system also, which I made a side note of that and reflected on that later. And that came in later because that was actually a drug that was prescribed to Corey. And I mean, moving forward into the trial, my thoughts were if Eric had a drug problem, why was he taking Seroquel? So I mean I don't see a benefit to have taken that at the time. So but back to the factual matters of okay, fentanyl was the cause of death. It was ingested. So those two points were irrefutable. So that's was significant. But probably okay, then you had the undercover officer. So his testimony to me was significant in the fact that he laid out without any reason to alter his testimony that fentanyl was as early as 21, late 20s. That fentanyl was on the streets in Salt Lake City. So that kind of contradicted what Crozier had said that fentanyl wasn't until the end of 2022.
Yeah, the officer had said it was already going around
Right.
the time that Corey had requested something stronger.
Right. So, but probably the most significant and entertaining witness was Todd Gabler.
The
So,
private investigator.
correct. I think it was his diligence, his professionalism, and his doghound of finding the information and some of the truth with his testimony and his evidence that he then shared with the cops. I think that's what started the case.
You know, the defense made a kind of a big deal about that in their closing, that it was him, that he was leading the investigation, that we should be scared because it's a private person that doesn't have to follow law enforcement rules. Did that resonate to you at all?
I mean, not really. I mean, he followed the rules that he's allowed to follow. So I mean, if you don't like the rules that he follows, then change the laws that he has to follow. I mean, or put some sort of restraint on what he can bring into the case. I think he followed the rules that he was allowed to follow. I don't think that he was leading the investigation. I just think he provided them information. I think from my standpoint, I mean, Summit County it's not a big city. It's not a big county. Don't get a lot of murders up here. And so you feel for the guys that like you had talked earlier about some of the body cam. I think the body cam footage again, when the guys are first coming in, I don't think they're not big city cops. They're not looking to say, okay, the first thing I'm going to look for is a murder investigation or some criminal wrongdoing. You have to balance that between being sympathetic to a grieving wife, that what they foresaw initially. I know the defense focused on the bottle of oxy no
The, the
hydrocodone.
em- yeah, the empty bottle found by the
Yeah, the
bed.
empty bottle that was dated in 16, that expired in 16. Um, they kept bringing that up. It didn't have a lot of relevance, had some relevance, but not a ton. So I mean, yeah, there was things that they could have done, and I think in hindsight they may have done some things differently, but it didn't change some of the facts. A better search earlier on would have been helpful. Obviously, wouldn't have changed our outcome if it would have proved um, what we thought happened.
You mentioned Gabler was a little bit of an entertaining witness. Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, again, I mean, this is movie type stuff. I mean, he comes in with a cane, dressed to the nines in a sharp suit, and with the neck brace in tow. Uh, Comes in, takes the witness stand, goes through the prosecution's thing, and he seemed fairly professional. Seems like he knew what he was doing. He was familiar with both the case. He was familiar with the legal system. Um, when the defense came on, I mean, they tried to rattle him, but I mean, he really pushed back. I mean, and so some of his responses were surprising and entertaining at the same time.
Yeah, I think most of us watching kind of felt that way that he could not be shaken. What did you think when he was on the stand and Kathy Nestor brought up what she called sext messaging between Eric Richins and his buddy?
Yeah, I mean, that was interesting because early on in the case, they had said that there was possible infidelity on Eric's side, and they had never come really back to that. And it was um, a coworker. And initially, I mean, I had thought that it was of opposite sex, not the same sex.
Right, right, right.
So when that was when that was the thing, and some of the text messages, what the feud that they brought out, I was like, that was what you were talking about. So I was kind of along with him, and so his response was entertaining. He didn't take it seriously, and I personally didn't either. So I was hoping that there would have been. I mean, not I wouldn't say hoping. Hoping is probably the bad word because it some of the testimony, even all the way throughout the trial, or not the testimony, but some of the emails and text messages, it's you feel kind of gross listening to some of it because it just feels voyeuristic, and like I understand the need for it, but it's still like you don't necessarily want to be there doing it.
Right. Yeah, there was a lot of text messages, especially with the boyfriend.
Yeah.
Uh, Tell me your thoughts about the boyfriend taking the stand. That was a pivotal day in many people's eyes when he walked in the courtroom, clearly uncomfortable, and it appeared, at least to me, that he really didn't want to be there.
Yeah, clearly he didn't want to be there. Clearly. So I'll walk through it in the phases. I mean, his initial swearing in didn't go as planned,
Yeah.
and that was I mean, the judge then rushed us out of the
Yep.
out of the courtroom, and and it only took a couple minutes, but then brought us back in, and he was already seated. Um, it was quick to see that. I mean, I felt bad. I mean, I initially, initially, I didn't know what I was gonna feel because we had heard in opening that she had a boyfriend who it was and the name. And they shared a snippet of a couple of the text messages showing that there was a relationship there. So having then seen him on stand and gotten his backstory, I felt for the guy. I don't think he had anything significant to do with the trial. Um, I think he's a broken guy, to be honest. Um, so his and the fact that he was an ex-service member, served his country, clearly probably has PTSD. Um, I think he I think he was clearly in love with Corey. And even when he was on the stand, I mean, he was shaken to the core. Um, so that was rough. I don't think that I don't think his testimony, other than he's a part of it, and I know that there's the salacious side of it, but there's a few tidbits here and there that he shared. Um, Corey asking him again, this goes kind of builds on the consciousness of guilt or actions that Corey had taken throughout the things, asking him, kind of slowly asking him if he did drugs and to find out if he had knowledge or ability or access to drugs. And then afterwards asking him if he had killed anybody and how it made him feel. Odd ways to phrase it. If under the circumstances, I thought. Again, none of it by itself would bring you to a conclusion that she did it to pass the threshold of reasonable doubt. It's a culmination of all the things. It's just a small data point on the side that you say, okay, yeah, that kind of points in the same direction.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
interesting that he had remembered that she had asked him that, um, enough to then contact when he heard that she had written the book to contact Eric's sister and then get in touch with the investigators.
Right. I think,
Yeah.
all of it, I mean, and you have to take that at least I did. I took it into consideration second, having reflected on a second hand. It wasn't something that he came out straightforward about. It was something that came out after reflection. So you do have, it does add a bit of a question to it. So again, like I said, to me, it wasn't a major data point, more a data point that it just kind of reflected in the same degree. If my lean was already one way, then I could apply it in that aspect, but not put a lot of weight on it.
Yeah.
I honestly hope that an agency out there or that will help reach out to him to try to get him help because I honestly think he needs it.
I've had a couple of agencies reach out to me hoping to get in touch with him and have passed along that information, and hopefully he can get the help. I
Well,
know a lot of people were concerned when he did walk off the stand that he was not. He clearly was emotional, putting his head down and
he was
crying.
in a bad way. Like I said, I don't think I don't think the relationship. I mean, from the text that I did see, and over the course of the investigation that they showed through the trial, it doesn't seem like that relationship was from her side was the same as it was from his side.
Yeah, yeah, he clearly really loved her, and I think someone said he thought she loved him.
Correct.
Uh, okay, so you heard from him. You also heard from the financial forensic accountant, who I think was a whole day on the stand. How
Yeah.
pivotal was that testimony?
Significant in the way that you kind of see how it's kind of that her business kind of started to spiral out of control, where her debt started to amass in a way that um, I mean she was paying outrageous interest. She was making daily payments. I was trying to remember the law or the hard credit agency that she had went through. But and she just started to accumulate more and more interest and more debt, and it started to spiral out of control. I mean, she initially started to try to juggle a couple of them, and she seemed like she was doing okay with that. And again, that's a risk tolerance that you're willing to take. I mean, so it's in some investments, you're willing to take on a certain amount of risk, knowing the payment. But it just seemed like it started getting out of control with her.
Right. Yeah, I think at one point was it like 3,000 a day she was paying or was supposed
Oh
to be
yeah,
paying or
the amount of money that she was having to pay every day, and especially for the amount of money that was coming in, was unsustainable.
so you talked about the witnesses that kind of, hit home for you. Was the key piece of evidence for you those cell phone data points that they had hard evidence on?
That's the crux of the case, because that proves the connection that Corey, or at least, so that's where Lauber comes in, because Lauber connects Corey to asking for the drugs, and then Lauber, and then Crozier. You got to see the digital information as they drove literally down to the Draper gas station and met up, and that repeated itself 3 times, and so and with the exact same pattern. So would have been nice to have been able to recover the actual texts that were sent during those messages, or during those drives. Um, but the fact that Lauber was both in contact with Crozier and Corey at the same time, you just can't get past that.
Tony, what did you think about the communication that Corey had with her mom in jail? You all didn't know it was in jail, or maybe you assumed, but that was one thing the defense really fought hard when you were out of the courtroom, to not let you all know that she had been incarcerated since the time she was arrested.
For me, I just assumed that she was. I mean,
You did, yeah.
under the case, it wasn't. It didn't weigh one way or another to me. It's just, okay, she was incarcerated. She was accused of murder. We knew that she was arrested. I mean, they had stated that multiple times throughout the trial that she had been arrested. I had just assumed that she was arrested and awaiting trial, or in jail. Um, so it didn't. I don't know how, there was. It didn't bother me that she was in jail. I'm trying to remember if there was anything that she said that swayed me, and there may have been. I could check my notes, um, but I don't remember anything significant. At least in the telephone calls that they talked about, as to whether or not it was pertinent to the case,
The,
or at
the
least.
call the calls with her mom were about the poisoning of the sandwich. Her mom was saying, they think that you poisoned a sandwich on Valentine's Day, and Corey's indignant that how could they think that? They're stupid, they're idiots, things like that. It was more about the attempted murder on the Valentine's Day incident.
Right. And that, I mean, it's like that didn't, like I said, it didn't sway me, because you couldn't prove that significantly, that in and of itself. I mean, I would expect her to say that. I mean, if she's in jail for both the murder of her husband, and possibly now that she knows that there's an attempted murder. um, so I didn't gather, I mean, it's what you would expect somebody in jail to say. Everybody in prison is innocent, right? So it's what I kind of expected. So it didn't significantly mean a lot. You know, we knew that she bought the sandwich. We knew that she knew that Eric got sick. And that, to me, that was the like, from the attempted murders charge, that was what was significant on my side. So from my side, her husband calls her saying that he's so sick that he may end up going to the hospital, and she's like, "Oh well, I'll see you in a little while." So I mean, if my sense is if that was my spouse, I mean, whatever I was doing, I would drop and come to assist them in one way or another. So
especially on
that,
Valentine's Day.
yeah, I mean, and I mean, it's again, from the salacious side, it adds to that fact that she's there with a boyfriend, and she doesn't respond to that type of a call. From that standpoint, it was difficult, just because I wouldn't have reacted that way. And then I suppose, and then obviously the damning evidence to her was a couple of days later, she got new pills that she asked for something stronger.
Yeah. You mentioned the children's book earlier, Tony. What did you think about that? And we also learned that she really didn't write it. She used a ghostwriter to write it and hoped to sell 100,000 copies in the first year.
Right. I didn't put a lot into it. It didn't have I mean, again, it was after the fact. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, once you got to a decision or a thought process that she was probably guilty, then it seemed in bad taste. But I think it was more so just an opportunity came up. She was willing to take the opportunity. She clearly probably still needed the money, and money obviously still was a pressing issue with her. So I didn't take a lot of significance out of it. I think, and I won't speak for the other jurors. I would think mothers might see it a little bit different than fathers do. I mean, other than it's kind of in bad taste under the circumstances, but I didn't have a problem with it as pertaining to the case.
Let me ask you, Tony, what you think the defense did well.
Wow. The way that I kind of looked at it was, the defense kind of, I mean, they started with the hand they were dealt. So there was some huge obstacles that they overcame, or they had to overcome. And with the hand that they were dealt, I just think it was just kind of insurmountable, at least with what the information that they presented. They focused on discrediting, I think, most of the witnesses. I think that was their primary effort. So Carmen Lauber, Todd Gabler, didn't go as hard against Crozier, which I mean, he's not the most upstanding of citizens. But all in all, I think that they had an uphill battle, and they did what they could with the cards as they were dealt. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to.
What did you think when they rested?
That I was surprised at. That was probably what caught me off guard the most in the whole trial. Again, the prosecution had rested, and we were getting ready to hear possibly what their best cards were, or best evidence was. When you go to the trial, and again, you can't talk to anybody. You can't even talk to the jurors in the jury room. You can't go home and talk to your spouse about it. You can't help but replay the day of court in your mind, or the evidence that you've heard in your mind, and try to come to a I won't say a conclusion, but an idea as to where it's going to go next. And because again, as you go through the prosecution, you get more and more towards a decision, but always leaving the door open for something else to come in. I mean, you're not concrete saying, okay, this is absolutely it. This is what I think it is. And I tried not to do that, and think I did a pretty good job with leaving myself open to anything that came in. I did try to think about what would it be, or what could change my mind. What evidence could they possibly show? And try to think of it in that aspect. And the one thing that I had thought of that again, Corey had said that she had bought it for a client. If she could have produced a client, that they would have been able to put on the stand that said that asked her to buy the drugs, and that he had gotten all the drugs. That might have been significant, depending on how credible they were, obviously. But yeah, it was surprising. I was surprised that they arrested when they did. And I didn't hold it against them, but it put it shifted the burden to, okay, now I have to basically make my decision on the information that's been given. And since they chose not to give any additional information that could have benefited them more, or at least tried to, that was the risk that they took.
So were you disappointed that they didn't present anything?
I won't say disappointed. I'd say shocked.
Mm-hmm. Did you want Corey to take the stand? Did you want to hear from her?
Of course, as someone there, I assumed that she wasn't going to take a stand from the get-go. I assumed. Would it have been nice to hear from her? Absolutely. I mean, she's the one on trial, so you would want to hear her side of the story from her. But I from the get-go, I assumed that she probably wouldn't testify.
I asked what you thought the defense did well. What do you think the prosecution did well?
I think the prosecution's closing statements were their best effort. So there they tied a lot of stuff together. They gave you a story that was plausible, that you could see how one thing connected to another, and I thought that was their best effort throughout the trial. I mean, they did okay through the other things. There was times when you didn't know what some of the witnesses' true effect on the case were, so it didn't but they did tie it up in the end.
Can you kind of take us behind the scenes, Tony? What was it like during the breaks in the jury room?
In the beginning, it was, I won't say awkward, but I mean, you had to find things to talk about that weren't the case, with 11 other people that you didn't know. So, and I mean, the elephant in the room obviously was the case. So that was I think we did really, really well with that. So we got to know each other. I mean, it was from my standpoint, it was a privilege to have served with the 11 people that I served with. They turned out to be both very studious people, but some of them very entertaining. Some of the stories that were told in the break room were interesting. But yeah, we got along. We did bond fairly quickly for the short time that we were there. But yeah, it was interesting, but some really, I think, some great people.
When the case was finally turned over to you, was it like a pressure valve was released that you could finally go back and talk about it with them? And what was that like? How do you choose a jury four-person?
So yeah, it was nice it was finally nice to be able to go back and actually get to talk to the people that you spent the last 3 weeks with, and were forbidden to talk to about the reason that you were there. Um, so from that standpoint, yeah, it was nice to open up. Um, the suggestion had been made when we got back, especially since you know when Judge dismissed the alternates and we found out that it was for the women, that when we went back, the suggestion was made that they thought that whatever the verdict would be, it would probably be best coming from a woman, and we were fine. Everybody was fine with that. So I didn't have a problem with that. I thought it was actually a good decision or a good idea.
And then the four-person did end up being a woman.
Correct.
What were the deliberations like? You guys came to a decision in less than 3 hours. I think a lot of people were shocked by that, but others say, well, no, there wasn't much debate there.
Well, I mean, I take some exceptions to the fact that say, and I understand the reasoning behind it. I mean, the people watching and what you get used to with some cases, what you see on TV shows and that kind of stuff. But the truth of the matter is the 8 jurors that were there had been there for the all 3 weeks. I know every day we didn't actually deliberate. But we were there, we were studious, we took notes, we listened to all the evidence. Um, and then you go home and you still can't talk about it. I mean, so for 3 weeks, um, I went to bed every night thinking about the case. I woke up thinking about the case. So I mean, you think about what you've heard, where it might go, how you process the information that you have been given. So, so 3 weeks is a long time to sit there and think about one thing. So yeah, when we got to the deliberation room, we took the advice of the judge, and we let everybody uh, give their points or their significant inputs from the trial. And we went around the table, and they would discuss it, and it wasn't just like, it wasn't like a monologue. They would talk about it, and we would talk back and forth, and then we go to the next person, and they would talk about what they saw, and they would go back and forth. And it was interesting to see because a lot of people did still have different points of view, or saw it from a different angle. So um, when it got to me, I gave my points, and then it went around for the rest of the group, and then we went in sort of sequential order. We went with the murder first, attempted murder, and then we jumped to the
Forgery.
Actually, we went to four because that one was isolated because three and five were tied together because that insurance fraud and the forgery were tied together. They had to do with the same one. So we skipped and went to four, talked about that, and then went to the other two. From my standpoint, on the first one, I went and this is where I said earlier that the MEs and their information was pertinent. So I looked at the case backwards. So we know Eric died. And we know that he was poisoned, or he died from fentanyl, and we know that it was ingested. So at the time of the death, the only people around were him and his family. So with those first facts that he died, and he died of fentanyl, and it was ingested, you're left with only a few options. So he either committed suicide, died from an accidental overdose, or was intentionally poisoned by someone else. And that went around the room. So we initially, and we asked, so does anybody think that he died from suicide? And we all said no, because there wasn't any evidence that showed that. There was no pattern that showed that he was suicidal, that he didn't write a note, that he loved his kids, that he was planning in the future. So there's a lot of significant information that showed that was unlikely the case. So we dismissed that, and then you're left with two. Did he die from an accidental overdose? Well, that again, the evidence probably didn't show. They never. I know that they brought it up, but the evidence didn't show that was a possibility, or at least a likelihood in our mind. And with that, the fact that you accidentally die from 5 times the amount of lethal dose, that doesn't seem practical either. So, and we talked about that for a little while, that possibility. And we went through our notes and went through the information that they brought us back, and watched some of the videos, and we all came to the same conclusion that he didn't die from an accidental overdose. That he didn't seem like he was a habitual user of drugs, or even a casual of drugs, other than the gummies, which again, one of the forensic people had said that the TCH gummies rarely come in contact with fentanyl. It's not
Right.
part of their process.
Right. So you guys went very methodically through each of the charges, discussed them, and then moved on to the next one.
Correct.
And what is that moment like when you've reached the last charge and you all agree? Is it like, okay, let's tell the judge?
Yeah, some of it we had to go around and take a number of votes. So everything wasn't as straightforward. The first one was more straightforward.
The murder.
The murder was the first charge of murder,
Yeah.
aggravated murder. But the aggravated attempted murder wasn't as straightforward. Um, and again, as they probably know from the record, though we found her guilty, because the way that the instructions were written, you had the option of finding her and or. So there's two elements, or two sub-elements to the account of attempted murder, whether it was for in order to, by the a process of going after for money, for pecuniary, or whether it was for attempted murder, or through giving the drugs.
Mhm.
But it didn't list that, and I could look it up for to make sure I have it with me. But it doesn't say fentanyl per se. Fentanyl wasn't the only drug. It was just that a lethal dose was given.
Right. Right. When you walked in the courtroom and the verdict was delivered to her, what was going through your mind?
Yes, thank you, Boki. That's very nice of you. Yeah, so last night we had a very big crowd, and we got a bunch of new people. But we got more new people. Shout out to all of them. And yeah, so And last night I had everything charged up completely, so we didn't have. There's a little glitchy spots for a moment, but it was mostly a smooth stream and to the end. So yeah, last night when I came in, I saw the numbers. I was like, whoa! I 'Cause I know we had quite a few people as the in the beginning part and throughout the entire thing consistently, and many people talked about their alien and paranormal experiences they had, and it was really cool to see everybody's take on different things. It was a very cool conversation, and may have been some trolls in the beginning, but Mermaid dealt with them very well. And yeah, so last night was awesome. Yeah, we nearly got to 2K views, and so yeah, the channel's growing and it is getting a lot of traction. So, and yes, it is amazing indeed. It is growing very rapidly. I the the garden lives are doing very well, and we'll keep on doing them. And you're in bed, okay, okay. So yeah, I'm glad that people are coming and being able to talk about the different paranormal things and alien encounters that they have, and we're gonna keep on doing them. And yeah, last night was awesome indeed. And Mermaid got some new subs to her channel too from last night, so I'm glad that we're redirecting traffic over there too. And she talked about it in last night. She had a video she put out, and that was she mentioned it, and I was glad that she was doing well with it too. We have some more New Zealand folks on the spaceship as well, so that's awesome. And yeah, we're gonna keep on doing them, and it'll continue to grow from there. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate y'all being here as we watch these different depositions and trials and stuff.
So I again, by the time we came to our conclusion and we were comfortable with our decision, it was more stressful than I had imagined.
Thank you, Moki. Thank you. And yeah, because people really are, because it's kind of also an experimental thing that's going well. Because I'll show videos of Claude. I mean, I'll show like Claude in the different parts of the yard, and we have various conversations. So yeah, it's this new form of streaming I'm doing definitely is I'm onto something. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. And yeah, they're interested, and everybody that we talk to pretty much knows about the Book of Enoch, and we've gotten to some deep conversations about that last night. So it's good that like it's not only people that are interested in the different trials and stuff, but also the different conspiracy theories and alien theories too. So that is awesome.
So it was, so we went in there. Um, they read the announcement. Um, I had, I looked over at both Corey when she dropped her head, and I looked over at the Richens, because you have to feel for them also. And it seemed like there was a sense of relief to them. I mean, a closure of some sort, I think.
I recall looking at you, Tony, and I might be mistaken, but it seemed as when the verdict was being read, you were a little bit emotional.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be. I mean, it's a heavy burden. Like I said, you don't you didn't I didn't expect it to be. I mean, because we went through the trial, we saw the evidence, we came to a conclusion. So logically, in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, that's the conclusion. So you go in, you read it, and you're done with it. But like I said, it caught me unexpectedly to be a little bit more pressure than I had anticipated. I mean, I
Mm.
don't change, obviously don't change my mind about the decision. I think the decision was right. And everything that I've heard since the trial has only reinforced that.
I know that I've spoken with jurors in other cases that say the exact same thing as you. They don't expect that moment to be so heavy, even
Right.
though they stand by their decision, but it still is a heavy thing. So you leave the courthouse. What did you do? You could finally talk about it. Did you call up your spouse? What did you do?
But I don't live a long ways away. So I did go home. Um, Initially my spouse was curious because she'd already heard the verdict.
Moki said, I'm reading a book by a neurosurgeon about his near death experience. He saw glowing orbs in heaven that he thought were angels. Yes. Oh, really? That is very important information. Thank you. I'm glad that you're reading that. And people that I have encountered on the live streams have told me at their work and of various instances and places that they have seen those things too. And last night, Gregory, which is a new viewer, was explaining that with these orbs, we don't know if they what there are exactly. Some could be angels, some could be demons, and yeah. So I do think that the orbs are also angelic. They could be either good or bad, and that is, I think, very valuable information to me. That in heaven they saw the glowing orbs. And I remember the Bible also talks about the fallen stars from heaven. And yeah, the fallen stars, they look like stars. That's why they called them that. So yep, very interesting. Thank you. And yeah, they're called the Ophium are the ones they have wheels within wheels, and they kind of resemble the orbs that we see. And there's a person I was not saw, but talked to that was in Puerto Rico that he described the orbs looking like wheels within wheels. He thought that was very chilling because he wasn't completely aware about the angelic connection. So, yeah, I definitely believe that those orbs are connected with that, and the angels are looking like are orbs. There was this other thing that I saw from Enoch that they're basically stars. Like even stars that we see in the sky are connected to those things. Although they're stars in space, and people in the scientific community may disagree with that, but they're apparently something angelic too that were put there in the sky. So yeah, they either resemble each other very strongly or related. The stars and the angels. That's why they say the what's it called, Venus, or the morning star, which was the one that fell from heaven. It was the brightest one. So yeah, that is a parallel about the angels and the Nephilim. Not the Nephilim, but the angels and the stars orbs. And everywhere, all over the country and all over the world, Moki, people are seeing orbs and UFOs. And some people even question their sanity when they would see these things, but there's other people with them or they had it on video to prove that there's something there. So, yeah, so people on Earth are seeing them, and people, from what you're saying, in the afterlife are seeing them too. Oh, okay, good to know. Okay. His experience was in '08, and I think the book came out in 13, well before the stuff. Oh, okay. In '08 was when I was learning about these things from my friend. That's when him and I were learning about it. And 2013 2013 and '08 was when I was learning about this stuff, and there was some information at the time, but nothing like we have now. So yes, you are correct. It's before this type of experiences that we see today, and people talk about now. When people the mainstream social media and news is now learning and confirming about UFOs. Back in the past, people didn't. Uh, it was not mainstream yet, so I believe it gives even, although it's credible by itself, it gives you more credibility to anybody that might be learning about it or skeptical. That before this new mainstream attention to the extraterrestrials or the angels connection with them, is this story came out before that. So thank you. Yes. Okay. And there was this, other people are seeing the crystal, the, like in New Zealand there are sightings. The UAP is a new member. And you saw sightings over there. Same thing like we have in America, all over the place. And now I'm knowing that in the afterlife people are seeing that too. And this was before the more information about it came out. So yeah, definitely true to me. Whoa. That is wild. The author's name is Ebion Alexander. Ebion, yeah, because just like the background behind me, it has to do with the Ebion terrestrials. Because and I've been talking about the Ebions in my streams and on the phone lives, and the Ebions were these aliens from planet Serpo. Now the Ebions seem to have a better story behind them or better experiences than the other types of alien species that are known. So that is an interesting correlation that his name is Ebion Alexander. Wow, very cool. Let's go here. I see him right here. Yep. Neurosurgeon, author. Okay, that is cool. And a neurosurgeon, author. He wrote a couple different books. Well, I'm glad that he's talking about heaven and the existence of it, because people need to know that there is an afterlife. There's a good place and a bad place. And so I'm glad that he documented his experiences. 2017, he wrote a book in 2012, Proof of Heaven, and he wrote one in 2014. Okay, so I'm glad that he wrote that. I'm glad that you're reading it. And a neurosurgeon, and he was also, although education is, doesn't give people either discredit or not credit somebody, but him being from the medical field and being a neurosurgeon, would be good that somebody from that field had an experience like that and is acknowledging these things, because a lot of people scientifically sometimes reject these kind of things. So that's good to know. Now he uses the blue butterfly a lot, and I talked about the blue. Interestingly, I talked about the blue butterfly in one of the streams when they were talking about them, the butterflies, because there is some sort of cancer story movie, and it had to do with the blue butterfly, and that I think is a very nice one, a very beautiful butterfly. So it seems to have some supernatural meanings with spirituality. It's because it seems to be a theme that's used a lot from real experiences people have had. Yeah. People have had near-death experiences of hell too. When I was growing up, I watched interviews about that. Oh, and he previously discarded it. Okay, so he was from the science, from a medical field, and he discarded near-death experiences. But when he experienced himself a near-death experience, he had a change of heart. That's good. That's good. Okay. Thanks for the info. So, yeah, there's people that were atheistic that had near-death experiences, and they went to a bad place, and Jesus saved them. So that is good to know about these various different experiences. You've read about those. Yeah, when I was growing up, I wanted to see near-death experiences. If anybody had near-death experiences, especially, shout out to my Toodles. Yeah. In an hour, there's going to be a trial hearing coming on. So I kind of did it in reverse. And right now we're talking about some near-death experiences. And also, we're going to do this. All right. So, yeah, anyway, we're going to continue talking about this. Yeah, so when I looked at the near-death experiences, and there is one Baxter, who's a preacher, a pastor, and he grew up in a voodoo environment, and then he realized that he had various experiences, and he came to Jesus. So there's other experiences people have had where they were atheistic, or one of them was an atheist, and he saw different people down there, and Jesus saved him. But that's good for people to know, because you have people that have had experiences like that they're either not religious or atheistic, or they were from, like the one you're talking about, and they saw these different places that were either good or bad. Now, I do believe, as I said, it's up to God to judge people, and only He knows where people will go. But it's good for people to know about these experiences, though, because sometimes there's like a rabbit hole, right? And so, which I think hell was important to know about, because people have experienced hell. There's also a heaven, and it's a place where people don't want to go. But yeah, there's lots of people that were like dictators and very, serial deleters, like people we see in these trials, and all kinds of people for various walks of life. They're from centuries ago. Some people were in those like You know how we talk about these Illuminati cults and these children sacrifices? There is one woman that was a priestess that was doing stuff like that, and she was down there. So, yeah, there was kind of like Dante's Inferno. That's sort of what it's similar to. But there's also, there's Heaven is for Real, which was a kid that went to heaven, and he saw his different relatives that people wouldn't see, or he wouldn't know about, right? So I do believe there is an afterlife, and I'm glad that these people have experienced these things, either heaven or hell, have documented it. Because, even Charles Darwin, he was not an atheist, and he did believe, although he was not completely a Christian, really, at some point, or he was kind of confused. He did say that for all this to come into existence by mere chance would be unlikely. So I do think that something put us here and created us, which is God in the Christian version. So I'm glad that he documented the orbs, because I do think those are angelic. They can either be demons or angels. So that is good to know. Thank you. I'll definitely look into his books and what he has to say about it. All right. People have told me they've seen Bigfoot. People have told me they've seen various cryptids, and the cryptids will try to imitate things that they see, like owls. Yesterday, there's a new viewer that was talking about over in Arizona, there is these mountains, and you'll hear cryptids out there, and they will mimic different creatures like owls and stuff, but they're not really owls or whatever they're trying to imitate because it sounds a little bit off. Yeah, so some people, Moki, that we talked to last night had so many like accidents and near death experiences and they were able to survive. And you know, then there's faith in God, faith in something else that God has helped them to survive things. Some people are telling me they had ghost encounters, paranormal experiences too. And I see a commonality between people seeing UFO sightings and paranormal sightings too. So, yeah, scared. Yeah, scared. So, that was pretty cool from last night. And multiple people saw this giant triangular craft that had puzzles on it. So it had like a puzzle texture to it, and it was flying around and making a humming noise. And I really like, and I am honored that people opened up to myself in chat about what they're experiencing. And people ask, is it a UFO channel? And I said, yes, it is. We talk about trials and all kinds of different things. But yes, UFOs and paranormal stuff is a theme. So yeah, there are paranormal sightings I just recently documented. There is UFO sightings too, and they all seem to be interconnected and correlated. So, and I'm going to continue to do the garden lives and meet the different people about what their experiences are. So anyway, yeah, I believe heaven is for real, and there's also a hell too. And it's something to a lot of people don't understand, but I do believe people are waking up to it. Now, also, Moki, last night we talked about the economy and we talked about inflation and stuff and society collapsing, etc. So that was something else that I was glad to know about too. See the. Okay, gonna go to over here.
And wondered why it had taken so long to get home.
Oh, she wanted to talk to you already about it.
Absolutely. So, so yeah, so she had done very, very good about not. She had followed the trial, but had while I was away, but did a very, very good job of not speaking to me at all about it. And I mean, I joked initially that it was because the banter that we had is that I didn't have to. The judge told me I didn't have to talk to her. In fact, they forbid me to talk to her. So,
Right.
but no, but in all seriousness, no. So it was nice to get to finally get home and to talk about what I've been doing all day. I mean, because prior to that, during the 3 weeks, I mean, you come home, but you can't. You talk about other things, but it's still top of mind. At least for me, it was. But again, we were really diligent about following those orders and following that process.
Yeah. So your wife is watching it every day, and I'm sure she's dying to talk about it. She knows you
I
can.
wouldn't say every day. Whenever she had time, she would catch up. She would catch up on it and
I
see
see.
what's going on. But she's neither one of us are trial or
True crime.
true crime junkies or anything like that.
Yeah.
Don't think that will change, uh, but yeah, it was. I mean, because it affected us because I was called for duty. It was significant to her then.
Did you start to do a bunch of research on the case when you got home?
I wouldn't say a bunch. Like I said, I watched your podcast with the other juror, which I thought was excellent. Um, and I've seen some of the information that has been out, and um, my wife's a little bit more of a junkie than I am about it, and so she was just wants the question. I mean, of course, I mean, it would be great to have some of the answers as to what really happened. I mean, I mean, for the first, I would say probably 3 days. I mean, it was just all we talked about. I mean, just about what happened in the case, what we were thinking, what went the thing, what was the possibilities, and then I was able to talk about, okay, what did to my wife I was able to tell, okay, what was deliberation like, and the kind of the behind the scenes. To her, I would talk about it, or I let her know, but she was the only one that I would release that personal information as to what other people thought.
Yeah. Uh, what do you think about the judge?
I thought the judge was excellent. He was, I mean, that guy has the patience of Job. Um, and I mean, it was only after the case that we found out that there was even more behind the scenes that went on. But no, I mean, he seemed. I was surprised as to how he was able to maintain all the different thoughts in his heads of the different decisions he's already made, and clearly he's working from multiple inputs as he would react to the objections, and some of them were sustained, some of them were overruled, but he would literally, you could see him working through the process in his own mind. So I was impressed by him. I thought he was fair. I thought he was very patient, and he kept the tone of the case very level. And it was nice that that they asked at the end of the trial. They asked if we would stick around and speak with the judge, and all of us did.
Tony, has this changed your view of the legal system?
I wouldn't say it changed it. I appreciate the legal system. Um, I understand the system that we have. I think it's still probably the best in the world. Um, the If I was able to speak with the prosecution, um, there was things that I would probably encourage them to do. And we actually spoke to Judge Morazic about this after the trial, and he said, and he had mentioned that when he was a lawyer, that was more of the way that he pursued cases, was a storyline, even through the beginning or the running through the witnesses, because it initially, again, it's like I said before, it was like drinking from a fire hose. Is there's so much information that they give you. Some of it's relevant, some of it's not relevant, and I guess it depends on the juror. So I see the reasoning for having done it, but it it would have been more cohesive, because going into it, I mean, I was in a way, I guess it makes the closing arguments more outstanding, because the closing arguments were excellent. It pieced everything together. It put it in a story format. It put it in chronological order, and it allows you to see some of the significance of it. Like you said before, the 6 minutes before Corey started CPR. The consciousness of guilt that she had on a number of elements, whether it was when she talked to the 911 operators, or when she wrote about notes either in her journal, or wrote notes down. She always started with like, for the night of Eric's death, she started with the drinks. Okay, well, that seems odd that significant of a thing that you'll always go back to that same point. And personally, I think it is a consciousness of guilt. Um, so I mean, throughout the trial, I had wrote down in my notes and put stars next to things that I thought were significant. Um, and indications like that was the story. That's where the story began, and because it repeated throughout the whole trial. You know, with 911 to the cops to her journals or some journal. There was a journal that she wrote or some notes that they found that she had wrote after, and then they also found the notes in the walk the dog, and
Yeah.
all of those were kind of started at the same place, and so the significance of that is not lost.
Right. Yeah. I've spoken with other prosecutors that say it's important to have a theme so that the jurors can follow the theme throughout it. You mentioned the walk the dog letter. I forgot to ask you about that. What'd you think of it?
It wasn't good for her case. I thought it was pretty damning. Uh, it clearly showed a consciousness of guilt. And again, the story that it was a fictional story that she was trying to write. Was it believable? Is that believable? I mean, I didn't think so. So it looked, if it walks like a duck, smells like, or walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. So it looked like she was trying to direct her brother's testimony.
Yeah. Tony, I really appreciate you chatting with me. Is there anything that you want to add?
No, I think we covered everything. I mean, I hope this, you know, I hope the Richards find closures. I mean, there's no winners in this whatsoever. I mean, on all sides, everybody lost. So, you know, the best that you can do, is go in, try to follow the instructions that you're given, do your best to listen to the case and fairly come to a conclusion. I mean, that's what we're tasked with. And I think that's what we did. I commend um, all 11 uh, jurors that did this with me. I empathize, and I think we'll probably end up getting together with all the jurors, hopefully, at some point, so that we can kind of talk about our experience. Um, you feel for to a degree, you feel for the jurors that were alternates. They again did the same amount of time as we did, and for me it would have been, I don't know if I would have gotten the full closure by then not being able to deliberate. So hats off to them. I think they did an outstanding job.
I've in other cases I've covered, I've spoken with the jurors and the alternates after the fact, and they, in some way, say it's like a member of the family is leaving that they don't get to stick around for the
Yeah.
end. But I know in other cases too, they've gotten together for barbecues. They have gotten together, like you said. Would you meet with the defense and prosecution if they asked you to? I know sometimes they'll want feedback from the jurors.
The prosecution for sure. Trying to think about the for the defense. It I mean, I would be willing to talk to them in certain aspects. It kind of depends on, I mean, I'm not completely interested. There's some baggage or backstories on some of it. That's things that have happened after the trial. Um, I mean, I wouldn't be,
Oh, absolutely. You see, the jury in this case was extremely diligent and yeah, yeah, Nestor. So the the jury was, not all of them were into true crime like we are. and people were just getting into it without knowing what was, they're exactly getting themselves into. So, Nestor, the thing about this situation is that they took deep thought in thinking about the verdict. They, I think, were logical and by weighing the case. And the jurors, from what we see, seem like they're pretty nice, at deciphering their verdict in this case. I think they took thought in it. I think they focused on it. I don't think they went and messed up. They did a very good job at getting the verdict right, I think. And they are very thoughtful and I think wise too. So this jury was a good jury.
Interested in telling them, okay, what could we have done to instill reasonable doubt? Because from my position, the fact that she's guilty, I don't want to instill reasonable doubt.
Right.
I mean, so that's, again, it kind of depends on again, I believe a defense attorney, their job is to represent their client and give their client a fair representation. I don't believe that defense attorneys, their job is to get the person off. So there's kind of a
defense must have insulted jury. Yeah, you see, I hate when the defense acts like that, because sometimes these defense attorneys can be really not nice. So yeah, that's what, and I will certainly see if I could find any interviews with the defense, because it's extremely wrong for them to insult the jury. And because the jury is doing their constitutional duty and they thought what they thought, and the defense needs to be angry at themselves for, well, the case, I'll say, with, sometimes if somebody has a bad case, like with the Hawaii trial, when someone has a bad case, there's only so much you could do. And a lot of times they're not trained to handle themselves in those type of situations. Because a lot of attorneys are from Timu. But hopefully people that were really in a bad situation could have a good attorney, that are truly innocent. Although everybody is technically given the right to an attorney. And yeah, so you could see how cool these jurors are and how diligent and logical they thought. But these other people who, the defense needs to, grow up. I remember from the Sandy Hook attack, the shooting, they were flicking off the judge and getting all emotional with the judge. So yeah, it's just, sometimes you can be complete fools. Like Brooks, like Darrell Brooks, for instance. He was his own attorney, but he sometimes has a personality like some of these defense. Yeah, definitely. I'll react to their interviews. The defense's interviews.
differencing. And I'm not suggesting that that's what their position is. I'm just saying in general. I wanted Cordy to get a fair trial. I think she got a fair trial. I don't necessarily agree with all the choices that they made as for the prosecution, but I also don't know the other evidence that they have. Again.
See, I like how he can even disagree with the prosecution. That's a real logical thing to decipher, either the prosecution side or the defense's side. They see flaws in, either one. But he was trusting the prosecution, although he didn't agree. You see, you could even disagree with, with something in a side that you're on. So yeah, I like this juror, how a logical deciphering between the two.
From my comment to you earlier, they kind of went with the hand they were dealt, and it wasn't a great hand. So they had some serious obstacles to overcome.
Right. All righty, Tony. Well, very good. Thank you. Thank you again for sharing your story with us. And like I say, it's always so fascinating to hear the other side of what happens, that those of us in the public can't see and can't hear.
I appreciate it, and I, like I said, your podcast. I watched the one that you had before. Impressed as to how you conducted yourself and how it was presented, and so for that reason, I was here and willing to speak.
Thank you.
Really appreciate Tony chatting with me and openly sharing his thoughts. He told me after we were done recording, he's not sure if he's going to go to the sentencing or not. He says it might bring him a little bit of closure to kind of see it through. I know some jurors in the past have wanted to see it through and they go to the sentencing, and then others are like, no, I'm done. I don't need to follow it anymore. But definitely a fascinating perspective. And if there are any other jurors watching who served on the Corey Richins jury who want to talk with me, feel free to reach out. Would love to catch up with you and do an interview like we just did with Tony and with Christy earlier too, because I think that your perspective, it helps us all understand things a little bit more and helps us kind of understand the legal system more. So again, my thanks to you. Now, there are some questions that have come in that I want to get to tonight before we go. So, oh, wait a minute. We also have some shout outs here for you, which we try to do here. I apologize if I'm a little laggy. No, okay, we have David who is watching us. Thank you, David. Good to see you. Who else do we have on here? Mary K. Gut helps determine what sentence to give the defendant. And so there is somebody that will go and interview the defendant. In many cases, will interview maybe their family members, will look into their history. In a death penalty case, or a capital murder case, it's extensive. Lori Vallow in Idaho refused to cooperate with hers, and she just didn't talk to them. And so what they're doing for the pre-sentence report for Corey Richins, it'll like determine if her rate for reoffending is high. At least this is how they work on other cases. So it'll be a comprehensive report, as comprehensive as they can get, that will then be turned over to the judge and he will review it, and that will help him determine what sentence to give her. Now, because of the crime she's been committed of, it's likely going to be, 25 to life. She'll serve a minimum of 25 and then could be up for parole and could end up getting life in prison, perhaps. Or maybe he does straight life without parole. So that's what it is. In Idaho, those pre-sentence reports are never public. They're sealed. We don't ever get to see them. I'm not sure about Utah, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're sealed. Can we get access to the pre-sentence report? That was the next questions. No, unless somebody leaks it, I don't think you can get access to it. I do wonder if there's a provision if the person dies. Sometimes when a person dies, there goes my screen again. See, I went on vacation and my screen was done. It was ready to go on vacation. When a person dies, you can get access to some records, but I'm not sure. What can you tell us about the civil case involving Corey Richins? Could she get more prison time? No, I don't believe she can get more prison time with the civil case. That likely it sounds like it's a more of a money issue, but I'm glad you mentioned that. I want to do a deep dive into the civil case probably next week here on Courtroom Insider. I've been able to glance through a few documents, but I don't know enough about it to comment on it now. So hopefully I'll be able to get access to that civil case and can give that to you. I have more about that in the next week or so. If Corey apologizes and confesses, could the judge lower her time? That might play a factor. I know I've covered not murder cases, but other cases where the judge, based on how the defendant acts and if he or she is apologetic and takes responsibility, that sometimes their sentence could be less than it might be otherwise. So yeah, that could be something that is interesting. But I doubt that would affect the judge lowering her time or anything here. Can jurors write a book? Yes, they can. The judge told them that they are welcome to do what they want. I know in other cases, Tom Evans from the Daybell case, he's written 3 books, I believe, definitely 2. I think his third's on the way about his experience in the case. So yeah, they're allowed to write a book. They're allowed to do interviews. They're allowed to talk who they want to talk to. Would you ever interview Corey Richins? I would. If Corey wanted to talk to me, I would. I think that she'd be interesting to talk to, and would love to hear from her directly. We haven't really heard her at all. I believe she was interested in maybe doing interviews years ago when she was first arrested or trying to line something up. So I'm not sure what she'll do and what the rules are with cameras in the prisons in Utah. I know in Idaho it's very, very rare that you can get a camera in the prison for an inmate interview, and often it's done on the phone or like on Skype, a video type system. I see the photo of you on vacation wearing a Keep My Mugshot shirt off East Idaho News. Can I buy one? Yes, you can. We have a few left. If you go to eastidahonews.com/shop, SHOP, you can get one there, and we'll send it to you directly, and you can look cool too. Thank you. Are you going to be talking about the Richens case at CrimeCon? What exactly is CrimeCon? Oh, good question. So CrimeCon is it sounds a little weird, like Comic Con, where everybody goes and dresses up as comic figures or cartoon characters or whatever. That's not what CrimeCon is. In fact, you're not allowed to dress up. They really want to keep it respectful, especially to victims. So at CrimeCon, it will be, in the past, I've done panels on the Daybell case with like Colby Ryan and Detective Hermosillo and Kay and Larry Woodcock. I've done panels on Dior Coons, the missing boy from here in Idaho. I've interviewed Marcia Clark, the OJ prosecutor. I've spoken with Gabby Petito's parents. There's panels like that. There's panels about domestic violence. There's people like I don't know, prosecutors and detectives and investigators and even judges, and it's all things legal, like legal cases, and interesting cases and survivors of Ted Bundy, things like that. And so this year, I am confirmed for one event. I'm interviewing the cocaine quarterback, which will be a really fascinating one. If you haven't seen this series on Amazon Prime, this is a quarterback who went on to get involved in the drug cartel and millions of dollars in trouble. And then he ended up serving time in federal prison, and now he's out, and he's going to be sharing his story about what he's learned. And it should be a really good time. As for Richens, if I'm going to be talking about that, I'll let you know. I'll let you know as it gets closer. CrimeCon is end of May in Las Vegas at Caesar's Palace. And if you're interested, you can go on and register. You can stay at any hotel. You don't have to stay there. But use the promo code EATON, EATON, if you want to go, and you can get 10% off your standard badge. And by the way, the speakers, we don't get paid at CrimeCon. It's not like a money-making thing. It's more, I see it more as a public service announcement. And I'll be doing courtroom insiders from there. My wife will be there, and it's just it's a lot of fun to, be around people that have similar interests. Can Corey write a book and make money, or do an interview like you did with Lori? Uh, Corey Richens. Well, she could write a book. I don't know if Utah has slayer laws. I know in Idaho they do, where you're not allowed to make money off of your crimes. I believe Utah does. So yeah, she could write a book. Is someone going to pick it up? Is someone going to publish it? That's the question. And there's some inmates. I think that Jodi Arias in Arizona has someone updating a blog for her. She's writing a letter, and someone's posting a blog. I don't know all the details. So yeah, generally the interest in what criminals have to say kind of wanes after a little bit of time. I did a story here, or a courtroom insider here, about Chad Daybell's writings that were going on a website. I think people kind of lose interest, but she could do a documentary too. I guess Corey could, or there could be a documentary done, and then she could do an interview with her, or with that documentary, and share her story. Lori Daybell did not do that. She did do an interview with me. We didn't pay her at all. We don't pay for interviews at East Idaho News, and we don't pay for materials or anything like that. So we don't do that. But yeah, she could. But there might be some legal maneuvers that, if she wants to make money, I don't know how she could do that. I think that's good for the questions. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for chatting with me. Good to really, really appreciate you being here for watching Courtroom Insider. Here's where you can find me. I'm on Facebook, Nate Eaton Reporter.
Yes, yes. The only con that I was more familiar with. There's friends of mine that went to Comic Con, which is well known. I've never been to one of those myself, but there are those, and you have Crime Con, which I've heard about before, and you are correct, Moki. It is very expensive each night. Yeah. So it seems like it is a place where people. It's not. It's different than like a chat room, or it seems from what I've seen like photos of. It's like you're at an event, listening to people talk about things. It's not like a chat. I mean, there's probably areas where people could chat and stuff, but there's some parts of it look like you're just like listening to like a lecture, and that's interesting. It's pretty cool. But I mean, it's up to the person to decide if it's really something they want to spend, the money on. It would, if that's something they want to do, if they had it or not, right? And Mogi says, I've been to UFC Fan Expo several times. That's cool. That's cool. I like the UFC. I'm sure that was very fun. I'm sure you maybe met some of the wrestlers and whatever. That sounds interesting. So with the Crime Con, that's basically what it is, and but it seems like the Crime Con is very popular. It has lots of positive reviews. It seems, and going this way. Let's see. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, yeah, that is cool that you got to meet them, and I'm sure that you know very fun, very exciting to see. I mean, that would be something cool to go to. That's nice. I like the USC stuff, and yeah, that's kind of like what Comic Con is. It's basically a very similar thing. It's just with the different comic book characters. There is something in my city about it, and the yeah, there's a couple of different actors that were here that people met. Some from the Terminator, various movies like that. So one day I'll go to something like that. I have not been to one yet, but that is very cool. Yeah. All right, this is the experience of the Crime Con, which is different than those other types of cons and expos. Event is designed to be all inclusive for content, being badge covers most sessions without extra fees. Educational sessions, deep dives into forensic science, DNA techniques, and cold cases, and wrongful convictions. Interactive experiences. Past events have featured jury experience where attendees deliberate on live reenactment of murder case and eyewitness experience. testing the reliability of testimony. Podcast Row, a massive floor where fans can meet their favorite true crime podcasters and creators in person. That's kind of similar to Expo and Comic Con. Okay. Right. Right. Exactly. And victim advocacy. Major focus on events is providing a platform for survivors and families to seek justice, to raise more awareness for unsolved cases. Yeah, the unsolved cases. The unsolved cases, there's cases from 30 years ago that have never been solved. And I think it's important for people to understand, with the different type of technology that people had in the past, they weren't able to always see things they could see now. But yeah, definitely the advocacy for victims, for those that have not had their cases solved, is very important. All right, these are the key rules in culture. Because CrimeCon deals with sensitive real world tragedies, it maintains the strict behavioral standards. No cosplay, dressing up as serial deleters or criminals is strictly prohibited to maintain respect for the victims and families. The dress code, the standard is respectful casual. Age limit, all attendees must be 18 or older due to graphic nature of the content. Some specific sessions may be even 21 plus. So CrimeCon 2025 details for upcoming events. A CrimeCon page, regard registration. Let's see, information. Okay, interesting. Okay, so there's 2025 and 2026. Let's see who the speakers will be at the next CrimeCon. John Douglas, a legendary former FBI criminal profiler, inspirational for Mindhunter, will host a special session titled Inside the Mind for a Criminal. Joe Kenda, retired detective lieutenant known for Homicide Hunter, will lead a session on the killer triggers and understanding homicide. The behavioral panel, Scott Ruse, Mark Bowden, Chase Hughes, and Greg Hartley will return to demonstrate behavioral analysts of the deception and detection. Paul Holes, the retired cold case, the investigator who helped identify the Golden State Killer, will appear alongside survivor and advocate Nicole Ernest Payet, Ernest P, but some word I'm not completely sure how it's pronounced, but Ernest P. People I have never heard of. 48-hour correspondence, a special panel featuring Aaron Moriarty. It's going to be in Las Vegas. And hello, Anna, good to see you. Peter Van Sant, Anne Marie Green, Natalie Morales will discuss the responsibility for telling true crime stories. Jason Hansen, the former CIA officer, will share real world intelligence, tradecraft, and safety techniques. Cheryl McCollum, Emmy nominated CSI host, and yeah, it'll be in her backyard. Officer who share real world intelligence, tradecraft, and safety techniques. There's Cheryl McCollum, Emmy nominated CSI and host of Zone 7 podcast, will lead session on the legendary Alcatraz escape. The Alcatraz escape is quite interesting. That's where Al Capone was. All right, Dr. Kent Cahill, a leading neuroscientist and psychopathy researcher, making his CrimeCon debut, explore the true crime. And I've never heard of any of these people. I don't know who they are. So, Joseph Scott Morgan, medical death investigator, hosts the Body Bags podcast. Vincent Velasquez, former homicide detective who will provide monitoring sessions on victims' impact statements. Haley Robinson, Courtney Wild, and Jenna Lisa Jones, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, representing the Survivors Inc. The Jeffrey Epstein survivors, that's really cool. That's something I know about. I think it's interesting. Ashley Spence, founder of the DNA Justice Project. Okay, and Anna says live hearing at 8 on Hawaii trial, coming on Alien. Gonna play it. Yeah, I can play it. Yeah, I could play it. I was originally going to end this and go over there, but I'll definitely don't mind playing it here. Sure. Yeah. We'll play the Hawaii thing here on the channel. Definitely. When it comes on. Good idea. I've done that before. And father of Brittany Wallace, appearing with podcast host James Basinger. Yes, understood, Anna. Thank you. Jury experience is the immersive, interactive simulation that transforms the attendees from passive observers to. Hello, August. Welcome to the stream. Live reenactment. So, hello, Mermaid. Welcome here. Interactive evidence. Analyze the forensic. This is the true crime part of the stream, August. Okay. You will see analysts on forensic data, examine exhibits, and listen to witness testimonies and cross examinations. Choose your own adventure. In some versions, the jurors scale a QR code on the phones to make key decisions that can change the course of the trial. Oh, it's trying to rain where you are, August. Yeah, where I am it's raining where I am at the moment. Moki says to Anna, "It would be fun for everyone to go sometime. I can only imagine the drama that would occur." Oh yeah, yeah, definitely would be an interesting drama indeed. That'll give more attention than the crime con itself. Deliberate and verdict. Attendees are broken into small groups to debate facts and determine the final verdict: are guilty or not guilty. Okay, Moki. See you maybe later, but thank you, Moki, for coming. It was nice chatting with you, as always. All right, so Mermaid, in a few minutes or so, I'm gonna play the live of the. I'm gonna be playing the live of the Hawaii hearing. Small groups to debate the facts and determine final verdict: guilty or not guilty. Hey, Stipe, the experience features the different scenarios designed to challenge your moral and analytical skills. Death by AI, high stakes case centered on self driving car accident. Moki, are you talking about this chat room? It is number 8 in this chat room is Vash on this one. If that's what you're talking about. Oh, August. Well, happy early birthday to him. Yeah, scared. Yeah, and Mermaid said, "Sorry, going through portals over here, kid's life. It's been all over. Busy mess, but can't complain much." Okay, Mermaid, thank you for the update. Oh no, Avash isn't in the chat right now. Uh, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't think you could. You would still be able to see him. Yeah, I think you'd still be able to see him if he was since everyone's a mod. But yeah, he's not in the chat right now, but he was. He is number 8, and yeah, I don't know. I'll talk to him about it. If that happened, it was an accident. August, glad that she's hanging it. But Moki, I'll talk to Vash about it. If but right now he's not with us at the moment in the chat. August says she's Oh, okay, Mookie. Okay. Okay, thank you. Maybe he did it by accident, or I don't know what the reason was. But I'll talk to Vash about it when we see him. Oh, okay, Mermaid. I mean, okay, Mookie. Understood. All right, let's go over to this window. All right, chat. Here it is. Okay, Moki, and maybe he did it by mistake, possibly, but understood. Thank you for asking. Well, August, very good job, and you're doing a very good parent, and glad that she's hanging in there. Okay.
State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Koenig, 1 CPC-25-373, for hearing on defendant's memo regarding admissibility of State of Hawaii's Exhibit 107.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garner.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Dirks here on behalf of defendant Dr. Gerhardt Koenig, who is not present. We waive his presence for this.
Afternoon, Mr. Dirks. We waive your client's presence for the purposes of this afternoon's hearing. He so indicated the last time we were here on Friday. The court does take judicial notice of the records, files, and proceedings in this matter. Mr. Dirks, thank you very much for filing docket 387, which is defendant's trial memorandum regarding the admissibility of the State of Hawaii's Exhibit 107. Notwithstanding the title, the court treats this as a motion to reconsider the court's denial of defendant's oral motion to suppress evidence. Nonetheless, I appreciate the work that went into the memo, Mr. Dirks, and I'm happy to hear any further arguments that you might have on the issue.
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly, just for the court's, my own understanding is, I believe Detective Inuma is present today outside. I'm not sure if the state was intending on listening for the testimony from Detective Inuma
Did you want to call him in?
No, I think we have sufficient record before us as to what steps he did or did not take, and to his understanding of what the accident program is.
Then thanks for reminding me. Mr. Garner, did you want to present any evidence in opposition to the trial memo?
In terms of additional evidence, as opposed to what we had last Friday at the 104 hearing, there are a couple of follow-ups I had for Detective Edelman.
Did you want to call him to the stand?
Sure, we can do that whenever you like. If you want to do it now, that's fine.
Well, before I take arguments, I think it's best to take evidence before we proceed to argument. So thank you for reminding me.
If I could just inquire as to the scope of his testimony. From what we had on Friday, we had testimony as to what he did, what he knows, and how this information was gathered. I don't see how any further testimony can really help strengthen and clarify the state's position.
Mr. Brown?
I would expect to ask Detective Enuma further questions about the search warrant. I actually brought a copy of it so he can point out what part he thought was applying to these specific pieces of evidence, as well as he followed up on the specific email address that the state Exhibit 107 is related to, which is gkoenig@gmx.com. So it's just essentially to provide some additional detail if the court needs it.
I don't think we need any, correct me if I'm wrong, counsel, I don't think we need any detail after the execution of the search warrant. And let me not hide the ball. I understand the original motion and the objection and the current issue to be whether or not the search warrant was overbroad, such that it swept and caught things that should not have been netted by the execution of the search warrant. So the follow-up after the execution of the warrant I don't think is germane to the decision or the analysis that we need to undertake this afternoon. But if there's other material or information you wanted to elicit from Detective Enuma with respect to his work up until the point of the execution of the warrant, the state is free to add.
Let me just say this. I think as far as the first issue of the search warrant, I believe the search warrant speaks for itself. It's attached as my Exhibit A to my motion to, I guess the court's calling it reconsider. It is attached to my motion, so we can free to argue what the language of the search warrant says. We don't need a detective to go up there and say, well, this is what it says. So that's the first issue. The second issue, as to the email, I mean, he did testify, he pulled this from the defendant's laptop, it was addressed to the defendant. I think both sides have enough information to argue if it was in fact Mr. or Dr. Koenig's email.
I don't think the question is whether it's the defendant's email or not. And I have a clarifying question for the board. In the attachment A, did that include the search protocols that were Exhibit A to the search warrant?
I believe so, it does.
Okay.
Yep, and I believe that's on page 4 of
Yes.
6. It's right there.
Okay. Right.
Mr. Garner, did you need to supplement the record with any additional evidence or testimony by Detective Enuma?
I think if that's the position of the court about the only relevant part being something before the execution of the search warrant, then there's nothing really to add for that.
And again, execution of the search warrant is once he presses the button, I mean, this is simplistic, but once he presses the button go after the parameters are entered, it's almost self-executing, right? So it's not like we need to take in testimony of a regular search warrant, whether or not they knocked the sufficient times, whether or not they broke down the door, and where they found the piece of evidence pursuant to the warrant, right? So when I say up until the execution of the warrant, it's the formation of the search that we're really concerned about.
Okay, Detective Enuma already has testified as to the actual process and mechanics of how he imaged the hard drive and then used the limitations that was required by the search warrant.
Yes.
Okay, then I guess there's not additional evidence.
Then I'm back to you, Mr. Dirks.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for this opportunity to further brief the court on this issue. It is a very important issue to my client, and I believe a very important issue as part of this case. We no longer live in this age of purely, I guess, paper evidence and things. As technology advances, we're now talking about digital forensics and digital data. And when search warrants are applied, it's not as simple as saying a place and a location and specifying that. I think it's important to distinguish that it also kind of must lay out what exactly type of digital data we're talking about. And that issue here is not just the substantive email contained within Exhibit 107, but actually the mechanism by which they found it, which is what I'll call the source code or metadata. And I think that's really what the issue is here. Ultimately, we'll be asking that the court, I guess, suppress Exhibit 107 or just deny its admissibility for the state to use. I did lay out pretty thoroughly in my trial memorandum as best I could. As the court knows, practice law, I'm not a computer forensic technician, and I actually have to learn a lot of this to present this argument to the court. So I've asked the court to give me a little bit of leeway on this argument as well.
I think you did great work, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, thank you. So let's, again, I know the state will go there too, let's just discuss it. Let's talk about Exhibit A, and that'd be the search warrant itself. I did attach it to the motion, and I think importantly, we looked at which property was sought to be searched. Again, we're talking about this silver-colored Lenovo laptop. You know, it's marked on its first page with XXX. Designed or intended for use as a means of committing the criminal offense of attempted murder, which is or has been used as means of committing the criminal offense of attempted murder, which is evidence of the criminal offense of the attempted murder. So that's kind of what the scope of what we're looking for in this property. And as the court knows in the specificity requirement to identify what it is, on the second page, we talk about subsection 2, beginning with electronic files. It says electronic files and data stored within the specified electronic devices and storage media, but specifically this is only files and data that contain, include, reflect, and otherwise reference the following case-specific terms, not general terms, case-specific terms. And again, the dates of December 1st, 2024 to March 24th, 2024. Let's look at these terms. I think it's critical we know them. Hike, poly, puka, trail, oahu, trip, danger, death, fall, slip, accident, climb, cliff, kill, die, WhatsApp, Ari, Ariel, Jeff, Jeffrey, Jeff Miller, Terra Power, protigent, affair, cheat, infidelity, syringe, vial, undetectable, incapacitate, divorce, and separate. And it goes on to say, which include but are not limited to text messages, phone calls, FaceTime, voicemails, social media messages, and any other type of communications. So that's the scope. This is what we're looking for. There's no mention in this, really, of the source code or the formatting code behind any of these emails. And when Detective Inuma testified last week, he talked about using the Axiom program to search through the computer data or the clone and limiting it to those things. You know, we weren't given the opportunity really to understand the Axiom device itself. Counsel was provided the Axiom portable case, but it's unclear if there's any way within Axiom itself to exclude the metadata or exclude the source code from the search. I think it's a pretty critical distinction. And we go on a little further in Exhibit A in the search warrant, search protocols. I think it's really important the court looks at sections 5A through E. Right? It really does limit the search to using keyword search filters, date and timestamp filters, file type and data type filters, using software sorting tools, and examining only those media storage systems, user profiles, directories, folders, and files with items to be seized may be actually located. So we're connecting the nexus between the terms requested and the alleged offense is, I'm guessing, the modus operandi or the action of searching those terms to find some kind of evidence, not necessarily what's located in the source coding and data to those messages. I've included in my memo motion to reconsider in Exhibit C the source code we're really talking about here. So in Exhibit B, we started off with a 2-page exhibit, which I'm not even sure if that's even the full exhibit for the sake of completeness. But Exhibit B in my motion is this exhibit that wants to be introduced. Exhibit C is 134 pages, and that's just for a 2-page document. Now, I took a deep dive into what this means, because frankly I wasn't quite sure what this means, what this source code means. And as I highlighted in my memorandum of opposition, these are kind of two different things going on here. The HTML and the CSS associated with the Exhibit B, which again, like I want to reiterate, I'm not even sure Exhibit B, for the sake of completeness, is the entire email. It seems to be a screenshot of parts of the email. It says it and includes the HTML, which is the bones, the actual material in the email, but also the CSS, the cascading style script, what provides structure to that data. It's my understanding, and I firmly believe that the term separate, as proposed by the search warrant and by the prosecutor, is not in the context of separation, of divorce, as read in context of the warrant, but rather purely source code used to structure that document.
So make that argument again, Mr. Brooks. I want to make sure I understood it word by word.
Yes, so the search warrant terms, when read in the context, is the evidence is sought to be found in context of this case. The term separate, as read in the context of the source code, is completely different.
That I understand.
Yes, and just to highlight this, I went through these 153 pages, and I found every time the term separate was used. I think it's important the court understands the context. For instance, on page 2, and I also highlighted this in my memorandum of opposition, towards the bottom of the page, 2 lines up, clearly that's not a search he did or related to this email. It appears to be computer code. On page 16, the surrounding context is table border equals 0, cell padding 0, cell spacing 0, row equals presentation, style equals border, collapse, separate. Going up page 36, same thing, I'll let the court read that, same thing. Page 53, same thing as well. And finally, on page 114 is the last instance of separate. Now, if the court were to allow warrants to be this expansive, it'll allow police to search through just about everything if you use the right generalized terms. I use the example for by means of example is the 2 terms height and body, and I put this in my motion. But the term height in this source code alone is mentioned 299 times. The term body is mentioned 265 times. So if law enforcement is allowed to use these general terms, which may have some nexus to the state or their investigation, as a means to search source code, they're going to lock just about every email. And I put those emails again attached as my exhibits. This just show how many truly showed up. Just for the court's reference, because I want to make the record very clear, last court date at the 104 hearing, we were using, I believe, Mr. Garner's laptop to kind of demonstrate. I wanted to provide screenshots of actual searches and the results, so we have the real numbers. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about these searches, but I did put the facts and figures of responsive documents from the source code in my memorandum of opposition.
I see. And
So-
I appreciate the work again, Mr. Brooks.
So for these reasons, again, given the fact there's no nexus between the source coding data and the search warrant itself, what it's being sought, we asked the court to exclude that or preclude that evidence from coming in.
Thank you. Mr. Warner.
Sorry, one more thing,
Oh,
just
I'm
to
sorry.
make it
Go
clear,
ahead.
because I wanted to thoroughly look through this issue. This appears to be an issue across the country. However, in the state of Hawaii, I could not find any case directly on point with this issue. I do believe this may be a matter of first impression on the issue of a search warrant utilizing formatting code to find potentially incriminating evidence. So for those reasons, we'd ask the court to exclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gunn.
All right, as preliminary matters, Your Honor, I just have to make a record regarding this, of course. A motion to suppress is a Rule 12 pretrial motion. Needs to be filed in advance of starting a trial. It's extremely unusual to have a motion to suppress in the middle of trial. It, in essence, as the court is aware, a motion to suppress, if granted, is one of the only ways the state can actually file an interlocutory appeal. When that's done in the middle of the trial, the state is robbed of that remedy. So that's one thing that has to be made clear. The rest of the strange circumstances we find ourselves in this case. And when I say it's strange, it's because the digital materials were provided to the defense, I believe, in July of last year. So this is something that's been made known to the defense for a very long time. The state's intent to use Exhibit 107 was, the exhibit was provided on the date the court provided that we turn our exhibits to the other side, so March 6th. The state also filed an NOI regarding this evidence that we argued the relevancy of it motions in limb. So it's crazy that this has now become an issue in the middle of trial. That we've had a rush 104 hearing last week where we did our best to get out the evidence needed for the court to make this decision, but it's just not a normal situation. With regards to the actual search warrant in this case, the search warrant authorizes a search for only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the terms. In this case, the term separate was referenced by State's Exhibit 107. It was referenced with that code, and Detective Uva testified exactly how he executed the search warrant and why this email ended up coming back as flagged as being responsive to the search terms. So it's clear, I don't think it's disputed between any of the parties here, that the reason that this email came back as responsive to the search warrant is because the term separate is included in the source code. I think everybody's on the same page with that. But frankly, that just means that this email does fit within what the search warrant requires. It does say that it's a file or data that references the following case-specific material. So as a simple question, Detective Unua followed the directions in the search warrant. He followed the protocol listed as Exhibit A. There was no bad action here that would require suppression. And frankly, the Exhibit A also includes a provision number 8 about plain view. The solution for finding and committing evidence while executing a search warrant on digital forensic material is not exclusion. And this doesn't exactly fit the plain view protocol either, because in fact it's not evidence of an unrelated crime, it's evidence of defendant's build up to committing the crime in this case.
Isn't plain view really not applicable here? And the reason is this: the whole point of having these search parameters is so that there is no situation where law enforcement is in a lawful position to view what would otherwise be incriminating evidence that they were not seeking. The search warrants here is different from a search warrant to go search a residence, for example, because it's far more particular. If there's a search warrant to go into a house, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the gospel, to the choir here, but there's evidence of a different crime. There's no intrusion of privacy because the search warrant already allowed the police to go into the house. That they happen to see evidence of another crime, they can continue on their investigation of that other crime. Here, the search limitations prevents that kind of lawful plain viewing of other evidence, no?
Well, if you want the actual definition that the police used in their protocols for what the plain view and how it applies to this kind of search. It's in number 8 in attachment A. So it states, if the examiner inadvertently discovers evidence of a crime that is unrelated to the offenses set forth in the search warrant, and this is where it doesn't 100% apply to this case because, the evidence that was found does relate to this offense. The examiner may continue with the authorized search pursuant to the grant of authority in the search warrant. Once they find that unrelated evidence, they don't expand the search warrant with new terms until they seek another search warrant. So that's how plain view, in our position and in the way that this search warrant was drafted and approved by the district court judge, that's how the plain view applies to digital forensics materials.
So this plain view is really for a different offense, not for the underlying offense being investigated.
Yes.
Okay.
So in this case, Detective Unuma used the terms as required by the search warrant. Those terms brought up evidence that the court has already found relevant. We've had the motion ruling about this. It is not, I'm going to call it direct, but it is circumstantial evidence of defendant's state of mind, motive, intent, all these things. So essentially, there's no wrong that's been done by the police in finding this. And as we found out last week, looking through the Axiom portable software together, this is not a term that's used in every email. It's not. It's used in some emails. It's not in others. There was thousands of emails that were responsive. Some were responsive to this term separate. Some were responsive to other terms in the search warrant. So it's not as if this is going to draw in every email the defendant has ever sent. So that's one thing to consider as well. And then I did try to at least source check what the defense provided. So I looked up this Mozilla website that was cited or linked in the defense memorandum. I tried to click the link. I looked at it. I didn't see the word separate at all as part of the CSS syntax. I don't know if it's in some other sub page or something else where I just didn't see it, but at least on the page that was linked, it was not there. So I'll leave it with that and say that, considering we're discussing the motion to suppress, defense has not met their burden because defense is the one who will burden in the motion to suppress. They have not met that burden, and this evidence should not be suppressed.
Thank you. Mr. Dirks, you have the last word of rebuttal.
Just briefly respond to some of those points. First off, to this concept of turning over discovery of all that. I'll say this. As indicated in our exhibits, this Axiom search netted 7,000 or more results. If we were to look to the source code of every single one of those 7,000, if at minimum they have 122 pages like this one, we're looking at thousands and thousands of pages we'd have to review of source code alone with no relevancy, no bearing, or nexus to the facts of the search warrant. So I think, whether or not it's discovered then or now, it was discovered, and we should address that. As far as the, this Rule 12 motion, I see how the court views it. I view it slightly different in the sense that we can bring it forward as a 104 kind of hearing, and we're challenging the admissibility of this based on the record before the court. So I don't think it was necessarily precluded from being raised, and I do believe, again, this is a very important issue at this stage of the proceeding. Third, as far as if the court were to allow the state to elicit this testimony, it's a dangerous world moving forward for search warrants in digital forensics. I mean, like I argued earlier, should the detective or investigating officer with any knowledge of coding, of computer technology, chooses to find words known to be used in source code or CSS code, or puts in a warrant, it essentially opens the door to all emails containing that source code, whether or not it's relevant in the actual body of the email to the case. So it's just a very scary precedent set by allowing that door to be open. Again, I don't believe the plain view exception applies here. And finally, just to place on the record for the court's understanding, I do think pursuant to HRE 403, there may be some issues about, does the unfair prejudice outweigh any probative value? Again, the state, as they already just mentioned, intends on using this to formulate some kind of scheme Dr. Cohen informed. And I think that's improper. It's potentially even a bad act that may have been addressed, but that's something also the court should consider when making this ruling. So for all these reasons, we ask the court to, again, I guess, grant our reconsideration and suppress the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. I appreciate the work that you put in, as well as your thoughts and your arguments on the record. Attack on the search warrant is really a pretrial motion that should have been brought under Rule 12. Discovery, whether or not it's discovered then or now, does not absolve us from following the rules of court. And that's the whole point of discovery deadlines, motions in limine and motions to suppress, is to make sure that all of us are on the same footing as to what the party's appellate rights are prior to prejudice attaching to a case. Nevertheless, the court entertains the defendant's motions, and based on the record that we've made, the court is focused on whether or not we have an overbroad search warrant. The search warrant commands law enforcement to search Dr. Gerhardt Koenig's Lenovo laptop for, we quoted this before, electronic files and data stored within the specified electronic devices and storage media, but specifically to seize only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the following case-specific terms and data between the dates of December 1st, 2024 and March 24, 2025. And the terms are hike, huli, puka, trail, oahu, trip, danger, death, fall, slip, accident, climb, cliff, kill, die, WhatsApp, Ari, Ariel, Jeff, Jeffrey, Miller, terror power, protingent, affair, cheat, infidelity, syringe, vial, undetectable, incapacitate, divorce, and separate, which include but are not limited to text messages, phone calls, FaceTime, voicemail, social media messages, and other type of communications and or data, internet searches, websites accessed, photographic images, digital images, video recordings, video surveillance applications, emails, or any type of communication. So that's the language of the search warrant that we're dealing with. And when dealing with a motion to suppress, the proponent of a motion has the burden of establishing not only that the evidence sought to be excluded was unlawfully secured, but also that his own Fourth Amendment rights were violated by the search and seizure sought to be challenged. This is State versus Anderson, 84 Hawaii, 462, 1997. It's quoting State versus Oborto, 61 Hawaii, 117, 1979. And according to Anderson, because each police search might involve unique facts and circumstances, a determination of whether a search warrant complies with constitutional particularity requirements must be made on a case-by-case basis, taking into account all of the surrounding facts and circumstances. And this is, again, Anderson, 81 Hawaii at 467 to 68. We all know it's the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. It shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. This is Article 4, or the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Now, a search warrant is unconstitutionally overbroad if it permits search of electronic media for evidence beyond the underlying crime investigated by law enforcement. State versus Hampton. It's a Washington case, and it's 574 P3 150. It was decided in 2025. And also, for example, State Commonwealth versus Sacadia, which is a Pennsylvania case, 309 A3D 1035, 2023 case. And there, it's overbroad if the search warrant directs law enforcement to seek, quote, all electronic data, unquote. So that's over-encompassing. And likewise, a Maryland case, Richardson versus State, 282 Atlantic 3rd, 98, 2022 case, where the appellate court held that a catch-all term, or the catch-all language, permits an overbroad or seizure of any and all electronic information that might be stored on an electronic device. So, to avoid overbreadth, a search warrant must describe a nexus of the evidence sought and the underlying crime investigated by law enforcement. This is common sense, but this is also the holding of State versus Short. It's a Nebraska case. 964 Northwest 2, 272, was decided in 2021. There is no one-size-fits-all solution for ensuring particularity, and these are cell phone cases, and search warrants for cell phones. This is Richardson versus State, again a Maryland case. And it's guiding here, because in submitting the ruling upon every application for a cell phone search warrant for electronic devices, by extension, the affiant and the issuing judge must think about how to effectively limit the discretion of the searching officers so as not to intrude on the phone owner's privacy interests any more than reasonably necessary to locate the evidence for which there is probable cause to search. And the ultimate touchstone of the Fourth Amendment is reasonableness. This is Richardson versus State. Again, a Maryland case, 282, A3D 98, 2022. In this case, the search time was limited, as well as the scope limited to designated search terms. And these parameters in this search warrant, in this case, prevented law enforcement from conducting a discretionary and indiscriminate search of the defendant's laptop. The Constitution does not prohibit all searches, but only unreasonable searches. And again, this is Anderson at page 469. And when we're looking at the term separate, the inclusion of that term in conjunction with the term divorce may cast a wider net because it may impact the potential source code in an electronic search. But when the terms are put together, separate and divorce, the court does not find the inclusion of that term to be unreasonable. Even if this court is wrong in this reasonable determination, hindsight does not allow the correction sought by the defendant. The Supreme Court of Hawaii held that when considering the actions of law enforcement in the execution of a search warrant, and I'm reading from their language here, we must judge the constitutionality of their conduct in light of the information available to them at the time they acted. Those items of evidence that emerge after the warrant is issued have no bearing on whether or not a warrant was validly issued. Just as the discovery of contraband cannot validate a warrant invalid when issued, so it is equally clear that the discovery of facts demonstrating that a valid warrant was unnecessarily broad does not retroactively invalidate the warrant. State versus Anderson, 84 Hawaii 462, citing Maryland versus Garrison, 480 U.S. 79, and the Maryland case is a 1987 case. And so for those reasons, the court reaffirms the overruling of defendant's objection and oral motion to suppress what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107. And even after balancing the 403 prejudice against the defendant, which we had in motions in limine, the court reaffirms its ruling. And again, subject to the laying of proper foundation, what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107 can be presented to the jury in this case. Counselor, I appreciate your time and your work. Is there anything else we should take up on the record?
Just for the record, the defense did prepare amended exhibits pursuant to the court's ruling regarding redaction, and I'm prepared to turn it over to Vic.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Have you provided it to the court first?
No, I haven't. It's not it.
Okay.
the police side first. Mr. Garner, anything else you want to take up?
Yes, there was testimony and things brought up by the defense about this Exhibit 107 and the word recorder being highlighted. I think Detective Greenwood's testimony was clear that that was just a search term, a visual highlight that was due to the search term. That it doesn't mean anything otherwise. That's what I expect the testimony to be tomorrow as well. Is the highlight going to be essentially an issue that precludes any introduction of this?
Okay, so see you tomorrow. I mean, I think he did testify. He didn't highlight it though. So we'll see when it's raised tomorrow. We'll, I guess, approach it maybe.
My general thought is no.
Okay.
That's not going to prohibit admissibility of the exhibit.
Yeah. I expect the testimony to be, again, similar to what came out at the 104 hearing. That's just the search term that was used in the computer program, and that's why it's highlighted. It doesn't mean anything beyond that was a search term.
Okay. Anything else we should take up?
Nothing else you need.
Okay, so if I can have all of you back tomorrow.
All of us want some more than just the two of us.
Yeah, everybody. But you can pass on the message. 8:50?
850.
850. We can start with the jury at 9. A couple of things I need to take up, but I think we can start close to being on time tomorrow.
We'll start with Detective Greenwood.
Okay. Appreciate it. Court's adjourned for the afternoon. Counsel coming up.
All right, so there we go. Yes, it is over, and we will now explain to Sawgirl what this case is all about. All right, so let's go back this way. Shout out to all of you watching, listening. I appreciate it. Out. Okay, Sawgirl, understood. All right. Yeah, then tomorrow we will see. I mean, we'll play it here tomorrow too. All right. So let's go here, and one note: the hearing is out and play tomorrow. Watch it. Okay. Okay, and yeah, so they were doing the I personally think that, so the big debate here, Saw Girl, is that they didn't know. People have a debate if he either planned it or it was something that got heated, and then he did something in the spur of the moment. Some people think they want more evidence to prove that he was premeditating it. Other people believe that it was premeditated. I personally think it was premeditated because he brought her to a secluded area in the middle of nowhere. So that's, I personally think that's what it was. Now, on today, there was a hearing, as you just saw, and here, with the info, is that there was some evidentiary disputes. No, there's disputes with the evidence. Okay, Sawgirl, thank you for your take on this. And, I think either way he should be locked up for what he did. Because, it's unacceptable to act like that. I just would say that, it didn't happen in a parking lot somewhere or happen at a public place. This occurred in a secluded setting, and it didn't happen in a public region. He seems like he wanted to take her somewhere, privately and get this done, but the witnesses that saw him, right, and the witnesses that saw him foiled his plan. Now, there could be other arguments about in daylight, we could have done something in the middle of the night and brought her into the woods or something like that. But yeah, bringing her the location, for me, the reason why I think it was premeditated is because the location that it happened. Sometimes there is a series of unfortunate events that occur, but yeah, that just kind of makes it suspicious, very suspicious for me, because that's where a lot of people, they'll go to do murders in the middle of nowhere, where nobody's looking. Although it is in broad daylight, but he probably didn't think there's people that are going to be around. The syringe, he could have hit it somewhere, or he could have tossed it off a cliff, or hit it somewhere, but all that's speculation. Where, the 8 hours of running, he tossed it at some point, but it was actually there. But of course, it was not found, and therefore it is just hearsay, not in evidence. But that is what it is believed to be. The other part of this is that he seems to have, had a history of, not really the best history, say, with the other wife, and his ex-wife is supporting her, the woman that is in that was attacked. And yeah, I just really think it is important to see the digital evidence that people are talking about. I understand people want digital evidence about it. But I still think it's premeditated. Okay, and Sawgirl says, why do people want to push people other off? I'm going to do that in English this time. Okay. Why do people want to push each other off cliffs? Do you remember Harold Henshaw? I think he pushed two wives over a cliff, at least one. Sure did, the other died. I don't know how, but he's in prison. Okay, I've heard the name, but I'm not that familiar with the case, but I'll explain about it. But yeah, I know, it's just people. Now look, as you were talking about the spur of the moment, there's people in the spur of a moment that can do something that they'll regret later. Okay? But of course, people in the spur of the moment, and hopefully I and others could do the right thing in the spur of the moment. Right? Just no one's, perfect, but yeah, I just think they're very possessive, and so if he premeditated it, or let's say people in general that do these kind of things, because you asked another question about why they throw people off cliffs. Yeah, excuse me. And the reason why is people want to get revenge if they can't have someone no one else can. And maybe they have a moment of anger and rage and do it. So yeah, I just completely agree. I don't know why people want to push people off a cliff. I think that is completely wrong. But the facts are, it is true that they, if they can't have the person, no one can have them. And they get possessive and they act on emotion rather than acting on a logical reasoning. Where people that are, like this, that are throwing people off cliffs like that, they're so in their emotions that they're not thinking like, what can happen if I push someone off a cliff? Like there's some saying, if you want revenge, you have to seek a grave for two people. That, and when people want this type of thing to happen, they will end themselves and other people. They just can't see ahead and they just act impulsively. So if people maybe had more emotional control, and if somebody they're in a relationship with cheated on them or they didn't get along with, they could move on and go with someone else. But yeah, it's a low self-esteem, entitlement, and people that are actually in a situation would, in the heat of the moment, if they premeditate or not, is a certain mindset that at the moment we're all just like chilling and talking about trials. But yeah, so I do take that in consideration, but it's still very wrong for people to actually go out and act on throwing people off cliffs and deleting others like that. Or if it's either the heat of the moment or not, it's still very wrong to do. Sawgirl says, I just got got divorce. It was much easier that way, and I have my freedom. Exactly, Sawgirl. Very well said. A divorce is much better than people taking someone's life, like Monica Cementelli. There's just people who, if you do deleting somebody, you're going to have an even worse situation occur. So definitely, I'm glad that you have your freedom and you're not locked up somewhere. It's good because you have to value yourself, and if somebody walks away, there's somebody else that won't walk away. Like if somebody feels that like these people feel betrayed or something like that, I think that there's better ways for them to channel their anger. Like say like this dude's angry, he could have channeled his anger into something else productive rather than what he did. Because a lot of people, because anger is a powerful emotion, but people use it for the wrong reasons. Okay, and Sarvel says that Monica sure picked herself a loser, didn't she? Oh my god, I couldn't believe her behavior. I mean, that was just weird to leave a wealthy, rich husband and nice for some drug six offender. I definitely agree. I definitely agree. It's extremely important to keep that in consideration because a lot of people would have wanted a husband like that. I don't, there's different speculation or theories why she did it. There's a theory that she wanted some sort of lifestyle, I mean, let's just say activities. She wanted to do certain activities that she couldn't do with this guy for some reason, or she just was not satisfied with him. But yeah, it is weird that she did that and a complete loser, and certainly deserves a rotten jail for what she did. Debauchery, exactly. I was always glad I didn't have a temper. My grandmother said to me, once you never hate anybody, you just don't like them. He is very strong. It's hand in hand with anger. Debauchery. Yes, yes. So, if that's the thing with anger, and I'm glad that you are not, like that. And yeah, so with anger, it can, if people could direct their energy into something positive is good, but not directing it into something that's negative, like, revenge. So it hurts everybody all the way around. Cutting people off is the best thing to do in those situations rather than going and doing the unthinkable. Yeah, but there's a lot of people are just their own worst enemy. So I believe the person you're speaking about before is Harold Henthorne. He's a real-world criminal whose actions are discussed in the true crime circles. In 2012, Henthorne pushed his wife, Tony, off a 140-foot cliff during a hike in the Rocky Mountain National Park. The investigation. Authorities discovered a map in his car with an X marking the exact spot where his wife fell. Further investigations into his past revealed his first wife had also died in a suspicious accident involving a car in 95. Conviction. He was convicted of first-degree murder in 2015 and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Okay, you see, it's, being locked in a cell with no real food, and it's not something that people would strive for doing. Oh, thank you, Sugro. So yeah, you see, this is another situation where, the wife was thrown off a cliff during a hiking trip. So that is why it's extremely important to be careful about who you're around, because some people are weird like this. But I'm glad that he's locked up and he won't hurt anyone else. But I wonder if he wonders. I wonder if he thinks it was worth it to do, because he has to spend the rest of his life in prison now. A hiking trail is a nice place to go on, and we know from the phone lives that we watch, from my stream, is that nature's pretty cool. It's nice. And, you could go and hike somewhere and not be in a situation where you're doing a crime there. But, just as we talked about on the stream last night, is that in the woods is a place where you got a lot of messed up things going on. There's different saints, shrines, people do occultic stuff there. People try to hide bodies there. There's abandoned houses, there's fugitives there. So it could be used for some horrible things, but definitely nature could be nice to walk through and have a good time in. So yeah, I just don't understand why they put so much value into a person. Like, if somebody has the ability to make them angry, they're respecting the opinion of that person. And, why respect an opinion of a person that they don't like? So yeah, I think it's just best for people to move on and find someone else if they have an issue with somebody. But, I would hope all of us would do the right thing in these types of situations. All right. So now, Saw Girl, I'll tell you about what took place or what the hearing was about, because I was going to tell you. Okay, so here we go. A trial for Dr. Gerhardt Koenig featured a live hearing focused on a specific piece of evidence in Exhibit 107. Exactly, facts. You know, if someone's able to anger you, they can control you. You know, it's a kind of like the opposite effect. But as I said, may I be blessed to act on may I practice what I preach, okay, and everybody else as well, because when someone's actually in that situation, right? So I don't want to say this without hypocrisy, but yes, and that's a philosophy I go by, and the Lord willing, I would follow suit in such a scenario, and hopefully all people would, but definitely other people just don't even realize that's an option, you know, because there, the saying goes, there's many fish in the sea. And featuring the live hearing focused on, there's Exhibit 107. Evidentiary disputes. The court held a hearing regarding the digital search warrants. The defense argued that the forensic software used to search Koenig's computer for the terms like separate and divorce may have exceeded the spirit of the search warrant. He was divorced already one time. Exhibit 107. This specific exhibit was central focus of the morning hearing, with indications that detective might be recalled to testify regarding it. And remember, people online can look up things. People can look up all kinds of crazy things online. Doesn't mean they're a criminal. But it can sometimes, in my opinion, kind of show you something that might otherwise may have not have known it was there. Because if someone did a crime and they were just looking up how to do a certain crime or a certain situation, it can raise reasonable doubt about the defendant. But it's important for, say, the defense feels it's important because they want to try to make their client look as good as possible under the circumstances. Because sometimes people are just put themselves in some really messed up spots. All right, trial timeline. Following this hearing, the trial is set to resume testimony on Tuesday, March 31. Broader context. These legal maneuvers follow a week of high-profile testimony, including Ariel Koenig's account of the attack and DNA experts testifying that blood found on a rock at the scene was a near certain match for her. All right, and there is... Okay, this is about the defense side, what they were thinking about this. His recent testimony have focused heavily on the scientific evidence and defense strategy to frame the incident as a mutual scuffle rather than premeditated attack. Right. So this is for what the defense side says. So the forensic experts from Honolulu Police Department provided critical scientific testimony regarding a lava rock recovered from the trail. The findings. A criminalist testified that DNA found in the blood-stained area of the rock was a near certain match for Ariel Koenig. Analysts showed it was approximately a 1 trillion times more likely that the sample of belonged to her than an unknown individual. Contamination and scoop. Under cross-examination, the defense pointed out that only specific areas of the rock were swabbed. A second unstained area contained DNA from 2 contributors, which the defense used to suggest that other bodily fluids, potentially Gerhardt's, might have been present but were not fully tested. Limitations. Defense secured admissions from experts that DNA alone cannot determine how the blood got there, who got started in the altercation, or the intent of the individuals involved. In defense argument and cross-examination. Right, the defense attorney Thomas Otake has focused on undermining the prosecution's premeditated murder narrative. The defense argued that Ariel Koenig struck first, that Gerhardt's actions were a human reaction to her hitting him. Medical severity. The defense cross-examined the emergency physician who treated Ariel, questioning whether her injuries were truly life-threatening. They highlighted that the doctor could not confirm if a head laceration was a result of a single strike or multiple blows. Missing evidence. Otake has repeatedly reminded the jury no syringe were recovered at the scene, despite Ariel's testimony that Gerhardt tried to inject her with an unknown substance. Sawgirl says, now that's just silly. If her blood is on the rock, it was on the rock. Maybe he got it an earlier date, took it home, and somehow got hold of her blood and put it on the rock. Took it with him. That's horrible. I got on the rock, and now I'm just kidding. It just seems like it's so silly. Yeah, exactly. If her blood is on the rock, it's on the rock. And you see, he is hyper focusing on the rock and trying to make it look like something. It's like you see a blue sky, and he tells you that it's actually a purple sky, and he explains why it's purple. So I definitely do think it's like, yeah, if it's on the rock, it's on the rock. There's certain things you can't be, dispute. Autocorrect. Yeah, autocorrect has committed. If autocorrect had a trial, I am 1,000% sure autocorrect would be guilty, because it always gets things mixed up. Yeah. Now, the son is supposed to take the stand, and the defendant is supposed to take the stand too. Both of those witnesses are going to be quite interesting. So, about the son. The FaceTime confession. Prosecutors allege that shortly after the attack on March 24, 25, Dr. Koenig video called to his 19-year-old son from previous relationship. The chilling quote: during the call, Koenig was reportedly covered in blood and allegedly told his son, "I just tried to kill Ari, but she got away." context of the call, the investigators claim that Koenig also expressed self-deletion intent during the conversation, stating he planned to jump off a cliff and that he wished he was a better man. Trial impact. The prosecution views this as direct admission of the intent, and Sun explains expect to testify about this call as the trial continues. Yeah, it's so the defense is going to try to convince the son that he heard something wrong, and that he was having the connection may have been bad, may have been spotty or glitchy, and that he didn't hear it right. Where the father confessed in the FaceTime call that he deleted her. Digital search, divorce, and separate. On March 30, a legal hearing focused on how the detectives searched Koenig's laptop and whether they exceeded the boundaries of their warrant. As you have to make sure that the warrant is being done within the legal bounds of the U.S. law. So the defense challenge to divorce and separate was Koenig's attorney Otake argued that the digital forensic software used by the police may have bypassed the warrant's restrictions, claiming that the search violated the spirit of search warrant by accessing more data than intended. The defense fighting to block an email found during the search. Koenig appeared visibly upset in court during these discussions, reportedly trying to prevent the email from being used as evidence against him. This goes circling back to Exhibit 107. Exhibit was the specific focus of the March 30 hearing. The detectives may recall to testify further about how the digital evidence was obtained. All right, tomorrow it's going to be Koenig's son might be on to says scheduled to resume tomorrow on the 31st, where the jury may finally hear from Koenig's son regarding the FaceTime call. He's going to be for the prosecution. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely that'll be groundbreaking to see. And it's going to be very probably heated too. It's a very important witness. Oh, I don't think he was a good dad, really, in my opinion. His son, at a certain age, wasn't an adult yet, moved with him to Hawaii, but they originally lived in Pittsburgh, and he divorced the other wife he had. So some think maybe he coerced his son to move with him to Hawaii. And I mean, a lot of people would want to live in Hawaii, instead of Pittsburgh. Yeah, and it seems to be more adjacent to Mexico. Like it's kind of a little bit more south than I thought it was. I know that's kind of random what I just did, but it's like Hawaii's like adjacent to southern Mexico. I thought it was a little bit way more north than that, but if it was any farther up north, maybe it'd be a little bit colder over there. So yeah, yeah, and going over to this, not what you're looking at, but another screen. You're looking at the screens for another day. The dude, it has to do with Epstein. So it was Epstein's accountant, and yeah, so yeah, that's Hawaii. Yeah, Pittsburgh. No, Pittsburgh is nice. All right, Pittsburgh is nice, and I do like winter weather too. But definitely Hawaii. I would think most people would want to, if they had an opportunity to live in Hawaii, they would live there. Yeah, there's an island in Hawaii where there's a bunch of chickens that are just stray chickens because the boxes, not the boxes, but their chicken coops blew over because a hurricane hit it, and all these chickens just are feral, just wild chickens just roaming the streets and living off the land. So yeah, all right, and that's the beach there. It, as I said, people, that is a theory about the son, is that he wanted to, either his father like coerced him into moving there or with him, or he wanted to see Hawaii. Yeah. Sawgirl says, I live in California, so I know the weather here is pretty nice all year round. And by the way, I asked Google, and Hawaii is closer to the U.S. than Mexico, FYI. Oh no, I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't close to Mexico. I mean, it was closer to the United States. I'm just saying, from a map that I was looking at, it was looking more adjacent to Mexico for some reason, but maybe it was the map I was looking at may have been a little bit shrunken for the picture. All right, so let's see, Hawaii map. But thank you, Sawgirl, for the correction. I appreciate it. Okay, the original one was that one. Yeah, so I was looking at this map in particular, and you see, this one, it looks adjacent to Mexico, but I see what you're saying, it's farther up north than what it shows in that map. Okay. Yeah, no, yes. It's It's probably higher up, like more accurate right here. Okay, let's see. It looks like it's about it's south right there. That square. And if a line was drawn, it seems like it's from the south part. Right there. Yeah. Anyway, I thought it was a little bit farther north than it is, but that is cool. And I remember, and those people that went to that island a long time ago were just on these little canoes, and they were able to get to the island. So that's pretty cool. They're able to do that. All right. So anyway, thank you, Sogro. Going over this way. The intervening hikers. The two, so there's, as you may already know, there is a incident of the hikers that hikers were witnesses to the crime scene. I have never been to Hawaii myself, but I know people that went there, and they told me this. So there's people that I know that went to Hawaii and told me about it. But I have not been there myself yet. Just to make myself clear, never been there myself, but it would be nice. The thing is that because one of my chat friends in another chat, she was telling me that she was like back in like 30 years ago or so, she was on one of the islands, and there was a lot of these. I'm going to show you the chickens I'm talking about, because I keep talking about that, but you're going to actually see it. All right, so yeah, they're called feral chickens. I knew it. They're not wild. You see, like, you'll have these wild chickens, these feral chickens that are just roaming around because a hurricane hit it, and 30 years ago or so, and no, farther than 30 years ago, maybe like 40 something years ago, and it hit the island, and you have just a chickens just chilling around. Sawgirl says Koenig traumatized those. Wild protected. No, it's all on one specific island. It's on a specific island, not all of them. And I would think they are protected, yes, but I don't have never read a document or an article that said they were specifically, but I would think so, in my opinion. But I don't know enough to confirm if they are or they weren't. But yeah, and one more detail about that is it is the KUI island. I'll show you the name of it so you can, because I'm probably pronouncing it incorrectly. So, right. And so on this island, you would find wild chickens on other islands like Oahu and Maui, they are absolutely everywhere on this. So they're on other islands too, but the highest population is on KUI, from the airport and parking lots to beaches and hiking trails. There are two reasons. There's a massive population compared to its neighbor. There is no mongooses. Most other Hawaii islands have mongooses introduced to control rats, which also eat chicken eggs and chickens. The KUI never introduced, so the chickens have almost no natural predators. So, hurricane effect. And we're going to get to if they're protected or not in a moment. 1982, the Iowa. In 1992, Iniki, powerful storms destroyed domestic chicken coops across the island. These farm chickens escaped, bred with wild red jungle fowl, and already living in the forest, creating the hardy, colorful hybrid population seen today. At 3 a.m., they start growing. Okay, locals appreciate them for eating venomous centipedes and other bugs. They are used to people who will often approach you at outdoor restaurants or parks, especially if they think you have food, though feeding them is officially discouraged. Okay. Okay. Okay, it says here that the feral chickens in Hawaii is a bit of a gray area. Sawgirl says, it's funny you said at 3 a.m. they start rowing. There's a couple of owls that live in the tree here in our backyard, and they start whooping around the same time. Oh. It must be a mutual biological clock for them. Yeah. Oh, I have owls where I am too. Public parks and let's see, they are not broadly protected like native endangered species. Instead, their protection often depends on where they are, what kind of chicken they are. Public parks, wetlands, wildlands. Chickens in wild land areas like the forests of Koki and Kaiui are often considered wild birds and may have some general protections under state law. Private property. If they wander into a residential land or property, they are typically viewed as free-flying domestic chickens or nuisance pests. Owners are generally allowed to trap or move them humanely from their own property. The jungle fowl. Exception. Some believe the chickens on Kauai have a special protection because they are descendants of the ancient Moai red jungle fowl brought by original Polynesian settlers. However, most are now hybrids, and our recent laws have moved them towards labeling them as controllable pests. As of July 2024, Hawaii enacted a new legislation specifically to address the feral chicken crisis. Feeding is illegal. Feeding feral chickens is now strictly prohibited in many areas, with fines reaching up to $500 per bird feed in some jurisdictions. Control programs. The law now requires state and county agencies to implement official population control and removal programs. Wow. In 2026 updates recently that 2026, the HB 980 explicitly clarifying that deleting feral chickens on private land with owner permission is legal provided it is done humanely and doesn't violate animal cruelty or laws, no torture or abuse. All right, so here is the scoop on if people eat the chicken eggs. Well, some locals do collect and eat feral chicken eggs. It is not common practice for most residents or tourists. If you are considering it, there are several practical safety reasons why most people skip them. Why people usually don't eat them. The surprise factor, unlike store-bought eggs, feral eggs are almost always fertilized. Because hens hide their nests, you have no way of knowing if an egg was laid this morning or if it has been sitting in the sun for 2 weeks with a chicken developing inside. Health risks. Feral chickens are not vaccinated and carry parasites, mites, or disease like salmonella. Their eggs are unpasteurized and can be contaminated by bacteria and on the shell. Diet and taste. These chickens eat whatever they can find, including centipedes, lizards, fallen fruit. The scavenger diet can make the eggs taste gamey or even fishy compared to mild flavor of farm-raised eggs. Hens are experts at hiding their nests in thick tropical brush to protect them from predators and humans. For those who do harvest them, sometimes out of desire for organic food or during supply shortages, they use specific methods to stay safe. The Sharpie method. Some people find a nest, mark all existing eggs with a permanent marker, and then return daily to collect the new unmarked fresh eggs. Okay. And candling. Experienced collectors use a bright light candling to look through the shell and check for fertilization or embryo growth before eating. Thorough cooking. To minimize the risk of illness, the eggs are never eaten raw or runny. They are typically hard boiled or fried completely thorough and through. Local joke. There's a famous recipe for KUI's feral chickens that applies to their eggs. To put a wild chicken and a lava rock in a pot of boiling water. When the rock is soft, the chicken is ready to eat. Okay. Okay, and so yeah, that is them. And let's see this right here. Now these are apparently hybrids. By the way. They look taller. They look taller and a little bit different looking than regular chickens. Yes, they look robust. That sounds like that could take a really long time. I mean, lava rock can get soft. I had no idea. Yeah, so what I previously mentioned is, let's see. Yeah, I know. Uh, it's apparently a joke, but maybe it worked somehow, or someone got it to work at some point. I agree, Sagro. Looking for, so these are about fresh farm raised island eggs. All right, so these other type of chickens are ones that you would raise on the islands. If you're looking for fresh farm raised, let's see, it will be local eggs sell fast, often within the first hour opening, so around 7 8 a.m. So in the island where they had the wild chickens, there is also an island where on the island they have farm raised chickens too. Hannah Lee's Farmers Market, one of the most popular spots. Do they have eggs or something similar from where you're from? Okay. So I'll tell you actually where I'm from, there are wild chickens where I am. Similar to if that's what your question was. There is wild chickens where I am. And I remember back in over 20 years ago, I remember them and used to stand on the fence and start crowing. And okay, so you mean, I see, the planet that I'm from. Okay. Because yeah, so just for the record, the Earth place that I live at has chickens, wild chickens that run around. All right, but I see you mean the where I originated from before I came to Earth, which is the other planet. Okay, so on my planet, yes, there are space. Let's just say they're space chickens, and you might say alien. What do you mean by space chicken? It's chickens that have completely like alien looking eyes, and their coloring is very neon. They look like neon chickens. They look similar, kind of similar to the chickens here, but not exactly the same. They lay eggs that are usually various different colors with purple or yellow polka dots, all looking things on them. So yeah, the eggs have different color designs on them, kind of like an Easter egg, but it's naturally from this like space type chicken. And everything on it is like a neon color, and it glows in the dark. So you have not green eggs in ham, but glowing eggs in ham. So yes. Yeah. So it's similar to a chicken, but not exactly the same. And there are eggs, but they're very different looking than the ones from Earth. Now, an ostrich egg, I think, is a very alien type egg. That is very similar to eggs from where I come from on my planet. So there are all kinds of dishes that can be made with those eggs from space. You can have okay, and Asagro says, "Thank you for sharing that, Alien. I really appreciate that. I'd be a fool to think we all are the ones here in the Fast universe. I'm honored to meet you. I'm honored to meet you as well, and this troubled planet, but I'm glad that there are good people like you on this planet. Gives me faith in humanity, and I've seen hope and good within the human race." Yes. Yeah, and certainly I think that the eggs and the things are very exotic, and I like on the different garden streams to observe the earth. It's a place with lots of rich minerals. Yes, Saw Girl, I'm going to be doing the garden one tonight. Yes. Am I tired? I am doing all right. I'm hanging in there. All right. Thank you for asking. Last night, I got nearly 2,000 views on the stream last night. Very good stream. And we got a lot of new people. So yeah, we definitely enjoyed that. At some point, I have to complete a transfer with one of my other phones for everything to be more smooth. But yeah, that was it'll happen at eventually. Okay, and, yeah. So last night, people talked about their different paranormal encounters, and we talked about religion. We talked about political things. We went all over the place, and yeah, because I remember the chat was flying, and I'm like, we got a lot of people. Because I went in, and when I went inside on the computer, I saw it. I was like, whoa! It was like, a bunch of digits, and I was like, wow, that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit. Yeah, so I really like the garden streams and opening, people talking about their UFO experiences and hanging out with us and seeing the garden. It's people like the phone lives because it's something that's new now with people like TikTok and stuff. It's like a TikTok thing type thing, and it's just a new way of consuming content than people did before. Live streams are really for computers, but now the phones are people on all the time. So, oh, really, really, Stargirl. Yeah, I like to know more about that. It may have been the Greys back in the '70s. Oh, okay, yeah, and yeah, I like to know about stories like that because I do believe that there is something else out there. If it's from another dimension, or if it's a demon, or whatever it is, or if it's something from another planet, which I think is all true. I think there's a combination of things. But with these visitors from these other worlds, that's see, it's like people go through a traumatic event, like in the trial we're watching. People that saw the dude beating his wife up. It's like someone gets abducted by some creature from another planet. That's very traumatic, and just to completely ignore them and say they're wrong is, I think, inhumane. All right, Sargo says it was near Roswell in a place called Petrolis, New Mexico. Very flat land out there, very flat. It was near Roswell. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of activity in the west part. Now, there's lots of government experiments that happen in like Nevada, and it seems that the aliens and the government have some sort of correlation with each other. But yeah, with Roswell, that's a very classic one. So yeah, the Ebians. That's where the Ebian stuff, the sightings happened, and the Ebians are nicer usually than the Greys. So yeah, thank you for telling me about that. I believe it's true. Okay, and yeah, so the flat land definitely would play a role in that because the aliens might be trying to, maybe it was easier for their spaceship to get around because sometimes they have issues. Sometimes they'll have a buffering. So basically what happens with the UFOs is that they're UFO buffers and it hits our planet. So that is what I think about that. And just in that region, there's lots of UFO encounters. Right? I'm sure it was like probably a flying saucer, and it may have been the Ebians because they're known in that. Okay, in that time period, there's stories of the Ebians around there. Yes, I have seen that before. It's a good show. A very good show. And I remember a year or two ago, there's a trial chatter that told me about it. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's similar to the Ebes and the Greys. The coloring's a little bit different, but yeah, it's a similar type of alien, yes. Okay, I'll show you the Ebians. Ebians and Greys look similar. All right, now the Ebian looks like a gray alien, but anyway, we're just going to do this. Yeah, this is the gray aliens, right? And this is Skinny Bob. Yeah, and so yeah, definitely looks like the Resident Evil one, and that's Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob might be J-Rod. They have those really intense dark eyes. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what Ebians and Greys look like. The one in the middle is Skinny Bob. Yep. Okay, and this other one right here is yeah, very similar looking to a gray alien and an Ebian. Okay, and one right here. Yes, yes, they come in all shapes and sizes, just like they do on Earth. And yeah, it definitely looks like the Greys. All right. Yeah, I agree. Okay, there's also something called the Tall Whites. Okay, so yeah, you have this other type of gray alien that is a toll, and it's a whiter version. It's a white version of the grays. So yeah, you have those right there that are, for instance, right. This is a diagram. See, we have that tall alien, that's the tall whites, and the shorter one, that's just the grays. Yes, the alien from Resident Evil, I mean from Resident Alien, is the one that looks the most like the grays. That is true, and even kind of like one of the reptiles. Yeah, it looks like a gray alien with purple and blue colors in it. Yeah, and that is them up close. Another thing about the aliens is that they look a lot like insects. They have an insectoid look to them. And some of the aliens look like praying mantises. Mm-hmm. Let's see this right here. Right. Right. It's definitely something that she said, I can't say that they're attractive or even good looking, kind of ugly, but I'm sure they think the same about us. Yeah, I agree with you about that. And I'm sure they think the same about us, but to them it is definitely very strange looking, not really appealing to what we are. As they look like insects, and people kind of get creeped out by them. There are theories, though, that they're time travelers from thousands of years from now. Right. Yes. Yes, I do think they are Saw Girl, and that is the one of the big reasons why I think they hide information about them. Because intellectually, you know, they apparently have a something called they have Yellow Book, something called Project Yellow Book, which is like a tablet type thing, and they have the history of the universe from its beginning and the answers to all questions, it seems. And their technology is certainly much more wise than ours. And with their technology, people would be able to save so many lives with the type of technology they have. They would also be able to have the electricity would never go out. They would have cures for all diseases. Right. Sargro says, I think they haven't really made. I don't think really made themselves known because because the kind of people that want, we are the planet that violent, greed, selfish, and all kinds of negative things humans can be. Yeah, if the power came to the wrong hands, it would be catastrophic. And there's theories that the elites are hoarding technology or using technology from aliens that they don't give to all of us. And they see what humans can do and see the nuclear weapons and stuff. So if they had their type of technology, the humans would misuse it for something wrong. Yeah, I know, Saw Girl. I just think that it would be life-saving technology would make the world a much easier, better place, and these aliens would be able to do so many, like, all the violence that we do and the messed up stuff that we do to each other. The technology would be misused for something very bad, and it would be a catastrophe. And another factor is they may already know the alien information, the alien technology, but they conceal it and kind of hide it from everybody. That's what they do. Theories that there's elites that are trying to do depopulation to our civilization, and that they're dumping chemtrails and stuff on us, but they have this secret alien technology that they're sequestering from us. Yeah, so definitely I can imagine the technology would be, really cool, but in the wrong hands it would do something really bad. And let's see about Project Yellow Book. Sawgirl says, I also had a great uncle who went on to become a PhD in engineering and some sort. He claims that he was one of the men called out to the Roswell site at the time. I believe him and she's from NM. I remember sitting at the table listening to him telling us the story, and he indeed was stationed out in the area at the time, and he did become a scientist engineer. That is incredible. Well, that is so cool that we know you on this channel and for telling us that. That's really something else. So, he was at the Roswell site. Yeah, that site was where, okay, from what I know about it, is that the aliens crashed and they took their technology that was inside the UFO and incorporated it into the technology we have today. Yeah, very cool. I believe him too, and I'm glad that he, told you about what happened. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm sure being there was crazy, like to see the wreckage and the sightings and the alien bodies and all, because they had to go hide that for decades. What really was going on there? Okay, so that's what he said. Okay, so he said that, and yeah, I'm just saying is that I believe his story too. That is true, and that is really really neat. So, like, okay, yeah, okay, that's what he said too. Okay, I see your message now. I see it now. Yeah, because Sarko says in technology, he said a lot more modern technology has come from that one particular site crash. Uh huh. Wow. Wow. Sarko, that is so cool. The first thing that I heard about aliens was the Roswell crash, and I was like, "Whoa, that's wild." Yeah, and more modern technology has come in particular. So yeah, that site, that's where lasers came from. That's where bulletproof vests came from, apparently, because they had some kind of bulletproof vest on them, and they basically took a bunch of stuff from the crash that they use in modern technology. So I'm glad to know that that particular crash site was a source of so many of our modern technologies today. Yeah, stealth. Sawgirl says, I'm pretty sure that Demi Moore lived in the same area for a while. I think she's from New Mexico. Yeah, she's from New Mexico. She's from Roswell, New Mexico. All right, flexible metals. Yes, the metal from that craft from the UFO has been used on modern things a lot. I do agree, and the type of metals that they have is was ingrained into our modern tech, and also being stealth. Like these aircraft are very stealth, and all that originates from the Roswell crash, and I do believe it does. And I like how all the different scientific achievements came from studying that craft. You know, in the Steven Spielberg's Transformers, the first one, they were taking so much information from Megatron. That is where a lot of that came from in the movie, right? So that basically studying the alien technology was how they're able to make more technology. So in real life, because truth is stranger in fiction, they use the stuff from alien crashes now for that. So, yeah, I definitely agree. Oh, you love Transformer movies too. Oh yeah, I like all of them. My favorite one is the first one. You know, it was really well done and full of action, and I like the different changing of sceneries. But yeah, all the Transformers movies were good, and the Transformers I think is based off of the real alien encounters from histories, because it does seem to incorporate some of the mythology in it. Some people think that the Transformers series went a little bit overboard. I mean, some people think they added too many movies to it, but they're still very interesting to watch. Oh, Mark Wahlberg is very excellent actor. I like those Transformers too. I like the newer ones also. Okay, and she said the Mark Wahlberg and the girl yellow Volkswagen leader one. Yes, yes, I like those too. Those came out, which I saw all of them, but yeah, that came out a little bit later, but it was still very good. It was still um like it kind of went off from course from the original storyline, but just it's like a very long series, like a Chronicles. And then as the time went on, it went to what it is now. But I do like those the ones that you speak of too. The yellow Volkswagen one, yeah, that was good. And Sargo says, "Who doesn't like good Rock'em Sock'em movie?" Yeah, definitely lots of explosions, and it was very good, very well done. And let's see this, lots of explosions. Okay, Saw Girl. See you later tonight on the phone live. Peace. Have a good one. All right. Yes, absolutely. Read something here. Let's see. All right. One of the most famous physical objects associated the with this idea of the Song Dynasty star chart, a stone tablet in Nanjing, China. While purely astronomical, its extreme precision and age have led some enthusiasts to speculate about advanced alien assistance in its creation. Precision. It depicts the night sky with remarkable accuracy, including the North Star. The local lore often adds supernatural elements to the table, such as the belief that the rubbing certain stars on the stone can bring wealth promotion. Speculative deciphering scenarios. The alien Chinese tablet is also popular thought experiment in linguistics and sci-fi circles, often discussed on platforms like Lihilu. Lihu. Experiment. Imagine humanity disappears, leaving behind the tablets, one in Chinese and one in English. Which extraterrestrial species would decipher it first? Some argue Chinese characters longograms might be more alien friendly because they represent concepts directed through visuals, whereas English relies on abstract phonetic alphabet that requires knowing the spoken language to decode. All right. DNA as a context dependent tablet. And some fringe scientific creationists Circle's DNA is described as a mysterious alien tablet. This analogy stems from the idea that the DNA is complex code that appears to change its message based on the environment. No, it's message based on the environment, much like the futuristic tablet. Analogy: researchers have compared DNA to document where the readable text changes depending on where it is located on the body, similar to the tablet might show a lunch menu in a kitchen, but navigating coordinates to the cockpit. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see this. The intersection of Chinese archaeology and alien theories often centers on artifacts so advanced, unique that they defy standard historical timeline, while mainstream archaeologists from the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences emphasize human origins. Several mysteries remain highly debated in fringe popular circles. Perhaps the famous alien tablet mystery involves the drop of stones allegedly discovered in 1938 in the remote Bayan Har Mountains. The artifacts, a collection of 716 granite discs, each about 12 inches in diameter, a hole in the center resembling modern paragraph records. The message. Proponents claim that the discs contain tiny, spiraling hieroglyphs that, when decoded in the 60s, told the story of extraterrestrial spacecraft landing 12,000 years ago. Mainstream view. Most experts consider the story of a modern hoax or misinterpretation of ancient Bai discs, ritual jade objects common in Neolithic China. Alien masks of San Shidui site, Shinon province has pronounced some of the most visual otherworldly artifacts in human history, leading to intense online speculation about alien influence. Exaggerated features. Massive bronze mask features protruding tube-like eyes and wing-like ears that look more like cinematic aliens than humans. Sudden disappearance. The civilization was highly advanced but vanished abruptly around 1100 BCE, leaving no written records or human remains, which fuels lost civilization theories. Experts at the Sani Dewey Museum explain these features as artistic exaggerations of deities rather than literal depictions of alien visitors. Alright, the Balgong pipes. In pyramid-like formation, a Ding-Hai province, these pipes predate known human technology over 120,000 years. Some suggest that they are part of an ancient alien regression system landing site. Scientific explanation: some geologists believe they are fossilized tree roots that underwent process where minerals replaced the wood over millennia, creating pipe-like cylinders. The Samudi mask and the Drapa stone represents two different sides of the alien artifact debate. One involves genuine spectacular archaeology with symbolic meanings, while the other is documented modern myth. Bronze Age mask found in Sanchi Museum is the Shawnian are authentic artifacts from the Shu civilization. Their alien reputation comes from the features that were revolutionary for ancient China. Vertical eye mask. The most famous mask features bronze eye protruding from the 16.5 from the sockets in cylindrical shapes. Symbolic meaning. Archaeologists believe these depict King Kanchong, legendary founder of the Shu kingdom, who was described in ancient texts as having protruding eyes. The exaggerated features likely represented divine omniscience, the ability to see and hear everything. Non-wearable scale, too large for human faces. With some research over 1.3 meters, they were likely mounted on wood poles or temple walls as independent deity statues. The Shu people used leader copper tin alloy that allowed them to cast much larger, more complex shapes than contemporary civilizations in northern China. While Sanxing Du masks are real objects with mysterious styles, the Drapa stones are widely considered a pseudo archaeological hoax with no physical evidence. Fictional characters. Investigations have found no record of Professor Chi-Pu Ti, alleged to discover Suem Nuai, in any Chinese academic archives. Suem Nuai isn't even a linguistically accurate Chinese name. It's a Japanese instructor. Literary origins. Much of the detailed history of the stones come from 1978 book Sun Gods in Exile. The author, David A. Gammon, later admitted that the book was satire and completely fiction. Missing artifacts. Despite claiming the 716 discs were found, no museum in the world has officially cataloged them. Alleged photos from 1970s are low resolutions to show any script believed to be experts to be ordinary by-disc rituals objects common in ancient China. Hummingbird Soviet disc. Stories of the disc being sent to Russia and producing a humming sound is turnable origins in a 1960 Soviet magazine, but no scientific reports from that era confirmed these experiments ever took place. The Drop a Stone are subject to one of the most famous hoaxes involving purported collection of 716 granite discs found in mountains of China that allegedly recorded ancient extraterrestrial visits. Exactly, Vash. Right. The Space Yeti. According to the story, which gained popularity in 1960s, an expedition in 1938 led by Chinese archaeologist Professor Chi Pu Ti discovered interlinked caves in Bayan Har Mountains. Yeah, and Vash, Moki was wondering if you may have blocked her because she didn't see your comments, but you weren't in the chat at the time. But she said, like in the top fans chart, she didn't see your name there. So, wondering if that happened. But maybe it was yeah. So I just want to know if you did that. It doesn't really matter. I was just curious. Vash says, "Hey, hope you are doing good, and hope the fam cats are doing good." Yeah, they're all doing fine. Thank you. They are. Bubbles is sleeping over there somewhere, and family's doing all right too. Thank you. Also, Vash, glad to have you here. Hello, Pussycat. It is great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Within the caves, they reportedly found perfectly aligned graves containing the remains of beings just over 3 feet tall with unusually large, overdeveloped heads. But I believe the story about these discs are true, by the way. Discs buried in the cave floor where 716 discs each, about 1 foot in diameter, with a hole in the center and a tiny springeling hieroglyphs etched into grooves. The translation: 1962, Dr. Sum Nuai claimed to have deciphered the text which allegedly told the story of an alien race called the Dropa, which spacecraft crashed on Earth 1,200 years ago, standard and unable to repair their ship. They purportedly took refuge in the caves to avoid being hunted by local tribes. Evidence of the hoax. Despite the detained narrative extensive investigation by researchers, the skeptics have found no physical or historical evidence to support the claim. Non-existent people. There are no records of Professor Chi Puti, which I believe that these are actually true, what they're saying. Or in the Chinese archaeological archives, is notably not a standard Chinese name and appears to be linguistic fabrication. Missing artifacts. None of the 716 discs have ever been officially cataloged or displayed in recognized museums. Photographs often used to illustrate the stones are usually of common Neolithic jade by discs or modern replicas. Fictional origins. The story's detailed plot points to match a 1978 fictional book titled Sun Gods of Exile. David A. later admitted that the book was complete satirical work that had invented the specific details of the characters and the translation. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, Vash, thank you for letting me know. And because it's a little bit tricky to find the block list, but see, you could probably do it on the phone or the computer. But yeah, it's like see about like how one would do it through the phone. But Moki's cool people. I she's done a lot for the channel and for me, and been very cool chat friend. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Thank you. Dang. Okay, and yeah, chickens. All right. Yeah, so basically on like a computer, how it's done is like somebody would go to their like Google account and they go manage the account, and they would click their name on the top right, and it would do a drop down menu of their different YouTube accounts, and you click on it and then go to block users. That's how it works. But thank you, Vash, for explaining it. Okay. So, yeah, chickens. So the chickens, they're from Hawaii and on QI, and they are very cool. And 2 hurricanes hit the island. And in 82 and 92. And they both hit, and it caused these chicken coops to get, blown over. So, and the chickens are just running around on the island. So that's how they came to be. So, and they're hybrid chickens from one of the other birds that the native Polynesians brought there in the first place. So that is something cool about them. And they walk all over the place in Hawaii. All right, and let's go this way and talk about some chickens. Ghoul says 9 chickens. Oh, nice. Yeah, so this is the part of Asia, not Asia. It's kind of like Asia, but it's not Asia. It's Hawaii where they have these chickens, and I'll explain for those coming in about the origin story about it. And there's roughly 450,000, nearly 6 chickens for every human resident. Okay, Vash. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll get it settled out. The presence of these birds is the result of 3 distinct waves of introduction and 1 major environmental catalyst. Polynesian roots. Around 800 to 1,000 years ago, Polynesian voyagers brought the red jungle fowl, known as moa, to the island source of food. After the Captain Cook's arrival in 1778, European and U.S. settlers introduced modern domesticated breeds for farming and cockfighting. The hurricane catalyst. In 1982, hurricane. Hello, Sand. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hurricane Iwa and 1982 Hurricane Iniki, devastating storms destroyed the domestic coops and cockfighting pens across the Kauai escaped domestic birds, then interbred with wild red jungle fowl, creating the resilient hybrid population we see today. Hope you're doing well, Sand. Nice to see you. Unlike the Hawaiian Islands, Kauai lacks the mongooses, which were introduced elsewhere to control rats, but also preyed on ground nesting birds. Without these natural predators, the chicken population has flourished unchecked. Natural pest control, they. Oh, yes, yeah. With chat. Yeah, hopefully chat's doing well too. And natural pest control, they provide a valuable service by eating invasive and venomous pests like centipedes and cockroaches, the rock recipe. Locals often joke that the wild chickens are too tough to eat. A common island recipe says to boil a chicken and a lava rock in the same pot. When the rock is soft, the chicken is ready, meaning never. Legal status. While not officially protected by federal law, they are widely considered part of the naturalized landscape and are generally left alone. Daily nuisance. Despite their charm, they can be nuisance due to nonstop crowding at all hours, not just dawn, and they tend to scavenge the parking lots and parks. Daily nuisance. Despite their charm, they can be a nuisance, and due to non-stop crowding all hours and their tendency to scavenge in parking lots. So that is the story of the chickens. And one of my friends that went there many years ago, she said, she would take pictures with one of those older cameras, and they used to have, not like the phones that we have today. And there was chickens all over the place, and she would take some pictures, and sometimes it didn't come out exactly because she had the thing covering the camera, but she did get other pictures though. But yeah, it was a pretty cool thing to learn about. But yeah, so that is the chickens, and the red jungle fowl is this right here. It's basically a chicken. It looks like a very colorful chicken. Now the hens look very, very different looking though. All right, going here. Yeah, chat has been doing well, by the way, Sand. And we've been having a good discussion. We were watching some trials earlier and talking about various different things to the point we are now. Short answer is over. So on KUI, you are just likely to see Rooster in the high-end resort lobby as you are on a remote mountain trail. Because they have adopted human presence, they congregate wherever there is a potential for food. Huaihu Beach Park, Liagate Beach Park are famous hotspots where the chickens roam and sand and picnic areas. Commercial areas, parking lots for major retailers like Walmart and Lihu, or grocery stores like Foodland are unofficial gathering hubs. Tourist attractions. They are constant presence of the Waimea Canyon Overlook and Koki State Park. Dining establishments. Open air restaurants like uh, Kyoki's Paradise often have chickens wandering between tables, gardens, and farms. Locations such as Smith's Tropical Paradise and Kayui's Coffee Company have large resident populations that visitors can sometimes feed. Urban South Shore, the development of the Liu and birds look more like standard farm chickens due to heavier interbreeding with domestic escapees. Highland Koki. In the remote mountains, you'll find birds that look more like the original red jungle fowl, simply smaller, sleeker, and have more vibrant plumage. Well, there aren't specific chicken sightseeing tours. Several popular island activities are famous from their constant and interactive poultry presence. If you want to see the Kanalu Alu U Meadow, it is this is perhaps the best place in the island to interact with chickens and name natural setting. The gift shops actually sells bags of special chicken feed, allowing you to feed the hundreds of birds that gather in the meadows. Okay, that's pretty cool. And those are the places where people can see those chickens. Time of the arrival. So the chickens have been there for 800 years. Now, something that I would like to know is exactly how long have these other chickens been there? Let's see. How long have the... Oh, wait a minute. There's a timeline here. Okay, so the first wave of chickens was a Polynesian introduction in 800 to 1,000 years ago. The original wild-type chicken, known as red jungle fowl, were brought to Kaiui by the first Polynesian settlers around 1200 AD. These birds lived primarily in deep forests, mountains. Western introduction, 1700s to 1800s, domesticated European American breeds arrived after Captain Cook's contact in 1778. For over 200 years, these domestic chickens were mostly kept in coops, separate from the wild jungle fowl. The hurricane breakout, 1982 to 1992. The massive feral population seen today was triggered by Hurricane Iwa, 1982, and Hurricane Iniki, 1992. These storms destroyed thousands of coops, releasing domestic birds that eventually interbreed with the ancient wild ones, creating a hybrid super survivor seen everywhere today. 1992, before the 80s, you wouldn't have seen them in parking lots, on beaches, in massive numbers. Genetic testing has confirmed that the current feral population is a specific mix of these two groups: ancient wild genes and modern domestic ones that came together roughly 30 to 40 years ago following those storms. Yeah, let's go to local legends about the birds. In Kauai, the legends of the chickens range from ancient spiritual beliefs to modern day lore about why they dominate this specific island. And in the traditional Hawaiian culture, the chickens, known as the moa, were more than just food source. It was a sacred animal with deep spiritual ties, symbol of prosperity. Chickens are seen as symbols of protection, prosperity, and good fortune. Ceremonial use. Their ancestors were used in religious ceremonies, and their feathers were highly valued for hula and cultural adornments. The god Kane Loa. Some myths suggest Kane Loa could take a form of a rooster, making the bird a symbol of awakening and vigilance. Spiritual guardians. Roosters were often placed outside homes as iconic guardians to ward off evil and bad luck. The mongoose legend. One of the most famous local tales explain why the Kauai is one of the only major islands run by the chickens, while its neighbor Oahu in Maui are not. Oahu, rather. As the story goes, a crate of mongoose intended to control rats in sugarcane fields arrived in the Kauai docks in the late 1800s. The twist. The mongoose reportedly bit a dock worker who became so enraged that he kicked the entire crate off the harbor and ending them. Result, without the mongoose to eat their eggs, the Kauai's chicken population was able to flourish unchecked. Locals have developed their own lore jokes, and one island local jokes say KFC stands for Kauai Fried Chicken. Let's see a difference between these birds and a farm chicken. KUI's chickens are physically distinct from the standard farm birds found elsewhere, as they have evolved to survive in the wild while retaining traits from their ancient red jungle fowl ancestors. They are significantly leaner, smaller, and more agile than domestic birds. While a farm breed bird is heavy and often flightless, the Kauai's chickens are capable of flying short distances and roosting high in trees to avoid ground level threats. I've seen chickens fly before. It's like brief. They kind of fly and they go somewhere for a second. Vibrant plumage. Roosters are known for their spectacular iridescent coloring. Iridescent coloring. You see glossy black feathers ascend with burnt oranges, fiery reds, and metallic blues. Gray legs. While most domestic chickens have yellow legs, many on Kauai have the gray blue legs characterized of pure red jungle fowl. Ear patches. Some birds display small white patches on either side of their head, a diagnostic trait of their wild ancestors. Smaller combs. In the wild, large combs can be disadvantage. Consequently, Kauai's feral hens have reverted to having smaller combs than domesticated counterparts. The crow differences. Their vocalizations are often shorter and more abrupt. The typical domestic rooster has long, drawn out final syllable, whereas many KUI roosters use a translucent version that more closely matches wild jungle fowl call. These birds have also developed internal specs that make them rugged island survivors. Brooding instincts. Unlike many commercial hens, bred not to sit on their eggs, KUI's hens have regained the strong instincts to protect and incubate their nests. Parasite resistance. Because they live without human medical care, they have evolved natural higher resistance to local parasites compared to domestic breeds. To capture the oil slick feathers of the rooster, you'll need to manage islands' harsh tropical light and birds in the skittish nature. Even though they hang out in the parking lots, they can be fast. A 70 to 200 millimeter or 300 millimeter lens allows to get tight portrait shots of the faces and combs without spooking them. Circular polarizer. This is your best friend on the KUI. It cuts the glare from the sun and makes the metallic greens and blues in their tail feathers pop. Fast shutter speed. These birds move their heads in quick, jerky motions, keeping your shutter speed 1 to 5 hundredths of higher to ensure eye is tack sharp. The golden hour. Visit the spots like Payupu Beach, Lydgate Park just after sunrise or an hour before sunset. Too low angle lights. Hits the feathers sideways, which is the only way to truly see the irisenes. Midday sun usually just makes them look flat and brown. Get low. Don't shoot from the standing position. Squat down to eye level. The birds creates a more intimate wildlife feel without distracting background. Look for dark green backdrops like hibiscus or tie leaves, fire reds or oranges. The roosters will stand much better against dark foliage, against bright sky or gray pavement. Set your camera to the highest frames for settings. Watch for roosters in a plant its feet and puff its chest. Here's your second warning as he's about to crow. And that's how you would, take a picture of one of those. All right. Okay, at this point, I Okay, I'm gonna be doing the phone live, the garden live a little bit in a little bit, and this stream has been completed. So thank you all for coming, hanging out with us, and peace.